right, let's get started. Shota Kahiv. I can do this. Kakishvili. Hello. Welcome. Svartang, welcome. Nice to see you. How are you? Tell me about your day. Have you been productive? Have I been productive? No, but I'm about to be. I'm about to be productive. That's what matters. That music is loud. It is loud music. There we go. That was pretty accurate. There you go. I try. Always gotta try. Alrighty, let's get started. I was in the middle of editing video. I think there was a bit. I think I'm gonna redo. There was a bit that I filmed today, but I didn't have my camera on, so it's kind of a bit less engaging. Just about the grass and stuff. So I might do that now. And then I just need to double check what I...
Alright, let's talk about puddles and...
Talk about puddles, blah, 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 blah.
We're basically good to go. So when you set that puddle's value, it's a value from 0 to 1.
Yeah. Does all that.
We press...
Yeah, vertex paint, da-da-da-da-da. I should probably talk about regular water first.
But this is just if we... So there you have it. That's everything that you need to know to get started with the Prismatiscape interaction plugin. If you do have any other questions, you can contact me on Discord. There will be a channel in my usual Discord for, you know, technical tech support to do with the plugin. Implementing some of the effects does require a bit of materials knowledge, so you could...
should I...
Implementing some of the effects does require a bit of material.
I should have put this on the... tacked it on the end of this one, but I've already uploaded it.
The radius... So...
Because it just ends with... That's the end of that one. That one's already uploaded, though. I don't want to upload it twice.
A superhero. Or a very gassy person. Bam. Jump. Pulse.
That's fine. So then this was the foliage bits, which, again, I have to film. Okay, so I've got... I had a notepad somewhere. Let me just find it. P-scape to do. Hello. I was going to do this the other day, but my electricity and internet were dead. You know how it is living out here in the bush. Led, hello. Kuchak, what is a plugin you're creating? It is the Prismatiscape General Interaction plugin. It's a render target, well, Niagara 2D grid based. It's based plugin thing. Let me just open it up for you real quick. Then puddles is all done. Alright, foliage, grass, and that's it, because I did the other thing. I did this. Try get package under 1 GB. Does anyone know, has anyone in here ever used Unreal Engine? Probably a weird question. Does anyone know what the, like, the base kind of package size is for an Unreal Engine game. Because I can remember at some point I packaged a level and it was like it was like 250 megabytes for like a really small demo level. But then this, for some reason, this level, when I package it, and only this one, is like 1.5 gigabytes, even though the plugin itself is 44 megabytes. So like, and this contains nothing, or shouldn't contain anything from outside of the plugin. So like the plugin itself is, yeah, 44 megabytes, or 35 sometimes, depends. Or 3 gigabyte you with a package and stuff of basic Unreal. Gotcha. Oh, because maybe it's a development build. Remove all textures and messages goes down to 200 megabytes. Well, so the thing is that, like, none of the starter content and stuff is being referenced, so it technically shouldn't appear in the package. Maybe I just have to do a reference cleanup and see what happens. Remove all texture and meshes, it goes down to 200 megabytes. Yeah. I think you can uncheck full build, not sure if you check. Ah, yeah, possibly. It might be that it's a development build, because I can access the console in it, so I'm guessing that it has a bunch of other tools that make it bigger, because it has to, you know, like when I do show collision, it has to have all of those resources in there. So yeah, casting nodes, huge problem also. Well, the entire plugin is set up so that nothing has to be, there's no external references from the plugin. So like the plugin and this entire level included is 44 megabytes. Once it's zipped up, so maybe 50 megabytes. But it must be all of the other tools and stuff for sure. I presume. The small hair with the full game was a hair under 1 gigabyte. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Do I not add the deform trails to... I wonder what would happen if I did. Hold on, I'm going to test something. I know this isn't the time to be doodling with stuff. We sample the trample. And... this one. And add you. To there. I could blur it as well. Because this will now do, yeah, like funky looking trails, but no wind is the thing. It's better than nothing, honestly. Maybe I could do that, but a lot chiller. And can I... No, I don't have a blur in there. Yeah, it's fine. Frick it. That's not too bad. It's a bit weird. Yeah, it's a bit like pixely because it's such a low res thingo. Maybe I'll just keep it to wind. Or maybe divide it by like bigger number. Anyway, oh, maybe I could do the velocity so that it... Yeah, ideas. Brain blast, brain blast. Adam, hello, hello. Question, is this plugin like a plug and play, or like do I got to learn the entire material thingamabob to understand this? A bit of both. So the plugin does all the heavy lifting in terms of all of this stuff. So like, for example, this is where bushes need to move out of the way. So if I go to like, can I, oh god, I did the thing again. So, hold on. If I go here, so, you know, this is saying, hey, the bushes need to go in this direction. You know, if I chuck the big ball in there, big bowler. Whoop, off he, oh shit. Anyway, so he does that. Everything's good. You know, it does all of the footprints and the whatever. Does all of the water stuff. Does all of the wind. But then in terms of actually implementing the render targets into your assets, there's a lot of helper functions. So, for example, if we go and look at like these over here. Oops. Over here. So basically these are just the sort of interaction modes. And whatnot. So then if you actually go into one of the example materials, you can see what, you know, what it's doing. So we go to the bush example, then you can look in and see, here's our samples. So the interaction bubbles, the wind, and the water, and then we're combining them in. This bit looks a little bit confusing. This is where it kind of gets not very plug and play, because it's sort of, it's very dependent on what piece of foliage or what thing it's interacting with, if that makes sense. So rather than me make a function for a bush that is as tall as the character but bends this amount but doesn't jiggle, but also, do you know what I mean? And then like another one for a knee-height bush that does this but doesn't do that, but doesn't interact with water and like all that kind of stuff. So it's very much like, here's the inputs. So what do you want to interact, or like how, like what do you want to affect it? And then these are how do you want it to be affected. So, you know, does it bend out of the way? Does it wiggle or jiggle, or, you know, does the things get pushed around and whatnot? And then, yeah, there's like other things, if that makes sense. So it does require some material knowledge. You could just copy paste some of this and, you know, doodle with it. But yeah, a lot of it is up to the user to actually implement so that it looks, you know, decent. I might add some, like, you know, more functions that are a bit more, like, hands-off. But yeah. Think about culture 5-minute material series 100 times again. Yeah. Yeah. basically. I think like, because I in the documentation I explain what all of the render targets do, or what they represent. So it is, you know, I mean, if it needs more clarification, then it needs more clarification, and I'll clarify it more. But yeah. It's very much supposed to be like a tool for, a tool that goes... I don't know. Yeah. So the works of your object works well with Pivot Painter, right? Not necessarily, no. So like this bush here, not, you know, pivot painted. This one doesn't even have vertex paint on it. So it works pretty well just as is. Because it's rotating around its pivot point. Like the object's pivot point. So that's where it rotates around. But if you had multiple bushes in one clump, so like, for example, the grass is in kind of clumps of maybe like 40 strands of grass. But they're all pivot painted. So they have their own, like, they know where they are in relation to the object pivot point. And that way we can, like, affect all of the grass blades individually, not per clump, if that makes sense. I do want to figure out a method for like double painting, doing like double pivots, or like pivot and leaf points. So like you'd say this branch has its pivot here and its end point over here, and then somehow be able to do like a multi-sample of the bubble, so that you could then, if I go here, we could rotate this branch away, or jiggle the entire branch as one whole unit. Because at the moment, it's just doing like pushing the individual verts around, which when you move over here, you know, it gets a bit funky. So yeah, I am looking at ways to almost like doing bones, but like in the shader bones. So yeah, that's one thing that I've been thinking about. Is that a dedicated UV slot? Yeah, exactly. Or even like encode both positions into the one UV, because UVs are in are UVs single or double float? I can't remember, but you could use like, yeah, the first 8 digits as the the X and Y position of the start point, and then the last 8 digits as the end point. And then something. And then something. What am I trying to say? Yeah, and then just decode it and sample them both, and then do the branch idea. And then maybe like a tick box for like sample middle as well, you know? Been playing Avatar, they've managed the grass and other foliage pretty well. Overshaded without bones, maybe you can check it. Yeah, I'll check out some footage. I've been playing Red Dead Redemption a bit, and they do... I don't know if it's I'm like pretty sure they're GPU bones. Although I don't know how they input the interactions. Maybe they are CPU bones, but they only like they turn them on and off. You know, when they get hit and whatnot. But yeah. Wow, the water ripples affect the submerged foliage. Wow. Look at that physics. Wow, look at the grass physics. It's all it's not physics. No physics. Physics bad. Shader's good. Anyway, so this is a plugin. The plugin is called Prismatascape plugin. I don't have a YouTube chatbot. I'll link it to anyone that wants to check it out early. Prismatascape interaction system for blah blah blah. How do I share? Copy URL. Copied. OBS. Bam, bam. There you go. So if you want to check it out, it's $29.99 America dollars. As in like $29.99, not $2,999. So it is very... I think it's very affordable for what it is. And it also has... what's it called? I forget what the thing is on Gumroad that... it's called. It's a thing that... Let me see. Is it in sales? Oh god, people have already bought it. Oh fuck. I haven't even fucking released it yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 18. What the fuck? What is wrong with you people? You fucking... And Riley S. Bug donated on top of it. See, that's the thing about Gumroad. You can do, you know, it's $30 plus if you want to put in extra. But, you know, sorry, I'm trying to find I think it's in settings. It's called, purchasing power parity. Like parity, not parody. Oh, and I hadn't actually updated that. So yes, you can get up to 50% off, depending on... Oh wait, am I not selling in US dollars? Wait, hold on. I need to just check this. Have I just missed out on heaps? No, it's early version, you know. Let me just get the... Where's the thing? Hello. Is that in US or Australia dollars? How do I edit? Edit product. And then... It doesn't tell me what it fucking... It says pricing amount, $29.99. But is that... Came up as USD for me. Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Interesting. Oh, maybe that's for when I'm buying things on Gumroad. What it wants me to... Like, what I want it to... I don't know. Was it 29.99 for you, Laird? Do you mind using this plugin in my project? No, absolutely. You can go for it. That's once you purchase the plugin, you can do literally anything you want with it, other than redistribute it, like without changing or adding anything to it. $2.99 is separate. Okay, good, good, good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the intended price. Also, I am going to, in like the next update, do like a test level that is like has actual, like an actual test level that isn't just like these little module doodads. I'll put together like a proper, you know, Prismatica looking thing. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Someone asked a question about something. Next update, something. Shoda, you're planning to do some changes to the plugin. You mentioned it being a bit awkward drawing shapes with it, and then when I asked for how you instead got roasted for render targets. When was that? Do you do jiggling using a sine node? Yes. Yeah. The jiggling is just an XYZ, like time. Yeah, they're just sine nodes. In like separate 3 directions for like the jiggler. And then the wiggler is just XY sine. So like if I do this, you can see that, yeah, it's just like kind of going back and forth, but also like it's supposed to just be completely random because you're supposed to add this jiggle on top of the bending. Because the jiggle is being done in the shader explicitly, but the bending, it kind of doesn't have any, like, temporality, if that makes sense. So, like, as soon as the wind disappears, the bending disappears. And, you know, as soon as I move, the bending kind of stops. Although we do apply the velocity to it as well, so, yeah. So when you combine them together, you get, like, a more realistic-looking effect. Like this. We can't fucking see it because the tree's in the way. Okay, like this. Like, bam, you know? It's like, yeah, it does move, but it also jiggles kind of randomly. So, yeah, like, rather than do... I know a lot of games do, like, a, like, basically a compute shader per per piece of foliage, or they do like what's it called? Custom data that, like, for the instance, it will like compute physics and then input that, you know, rotation data as custom, like per instance custom data into the thing. I just decided, you know what, we can do it all just with the render targets and stuff. Hello, hey, this is plugin for, this is modern minimal specs for PC. On my end, oh, stat GPU, not GPS. Including the leaves that are simulating somewhere. These ones here. 0.5 millisecond. And I'm on a 2080. What's it called? 2080 graphics card. So like I don't dip below 120 FPS in the what's it called? What am I trying to say? This music's so loud. Oh my god. So Christmassy. Get out. There we go. Yeah, so relatively cheap, and you can make it cheaper. The shader complexity, someone asked, yeah, it doesn't. It's fine. It's no biggie. And also keep in mind that it is like vertex shader. The only complexities are in the vertex shader. Which just makes it like way cheaper overall. So, you know, if, like, for example, the way I always explain it to people is if you're doing stuff in the vertex shader, let's say you've got like a, you know, a piece of screen space that's like 100 by 100 pixels, right? Doesn't sound like much. You know, that's like, that's actually probably accurate to the size. So like 100 times 100 is 10,000. So, you know, for something like a bush where it's mainly like, let me actually just check how many verts the bush is. So this bush at the highest LOD is 2000 verts, and then when you're about this far away it goes down to 1.3. So yeah, when you compare like the screen space of this bush, you know, this would be like maybe 100,000 pixels versus just 2000 verts, then that's why the vertex shader is so much cheaper than pixel shader. And yeah, all we're doing here is just vertex shader stuff. Like, we're only displacing verts and whatnot. Yeah, Adam, I will do that. Yes, I'll do that after the stream, because it'll kill the stream if I don't. Eligijus. Thank you very much. Thanks for the purchase. The documentation will be complete by like tonight, hopefully. And hopefully uploaded by tonight. Now that I've got my maximum upload speed, which is 6 megabit, 5 to 6 megabit per second. Yeah, like the past few days, my internet has been, like, my upload speed was at 0.1 megabit per second upload speed. and like 5 download speed. So, bit of a nightmare. But everything's good now. Grows into brown already? Hell yeah. I wouldn't really put too much stock in the what's it called? The thing. The shader complexity view mode. I definitely like do profiling. Even if the profiling is just like A/B testing, it's always worth like, you know. So could you make windows on buildings pass wind? In other words, can you make the wind blockers have blockage percentage, or is it just 0 to 1? You can give them a percentage, yeah. And you can change it at runtime. So if we had, you know, a wall, you can see that this pillar is blocking the wind. Yeah, you could set it up so that... Trying to think how you'd want to set it up. You could set it up in the material itself, but that would be kind of nightmarish. You could do... okay, here's an idea. You could do the wall. So the wall is just the... Oh, the wall is just the wall, right? And it's drawing, you know, I'm blocking it to the RVT. Then you could have just a square, like an invisible square, representing the window, but then it draws 0 to the render target, but it does it after this one. So you set the sort order so that it draws last, and it will draw over the top of this one, and then... yeah, make a hole in the wall according to the runtime virtual texture. So yes, that's definitely something you could do. And you could also draw, let's say you had like a ruined building, you know, like this. You could draw a gradient from fully blocking down to doesn't block. Or, again, you could just set it up with a different, like with invisible... Because I figure you'll probably have to use invisible things for some things anyway, because like some walls might be too thin, and the wind propagation might... like the wind propagation per frame, especially if you are, you know, at like 30 FPS or something. The wind, because it accounts for frame rate, the wind propagation might exceed the thickness of the wall. So you might just want to have wind blocker, you know, invisible objects that draw to it anyway, in which case, yeah, you could do a gradient fall off like that. Yeah. All right, I can remember needing to film something. So it sounds like a miracle. Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. Vash, it is right here at the moment on Gumroad, although it will be available on the Epic Store in a few weeks. So as soon as all the documentation is done, and, you know, some people have used it and given some proper feedback and whatnot, then I'll submit it to the Epic Game Store, just so there isn't, like, heaps of back and forth, like, oh, we're missing, you know, you're missing the... this thing isn't documented and blah, blah, blah. Like, I know they can be pretty... I don't know. For all of the, like, garbage that they let onto the Unreal Marketplace, they can be pretty strict about some things. We'll go away from Gumroad after Epic Games Store. No, it'll always be available on the Gumroad. And if you buy it on Gumroad, you get all the future updates. Although I'm not sure how that works. It might be that you like the email that confirms the purchase. You go to that and you can get the updates and stuff. Or like if you've got a Gumroad account, it's probably linked to your account. But we'll find out. I've never done this before, so everything is a, you know,
so when you
is a learning experience from this point on.
Now, all of these effects are automatically scaled, just using the scale of the object. So when you're doing your settings for your own foliage, the settings correlate to when the foliage mesh is at scale 1, and then anything smaller or larger than that will have its parameters adjusted automatically.
Alright, so now it was about the grass. We're doing the grass. You can capitalize the T on the 467th line if you got rejected. Please fix and resubmit. Yeah, and then 2 weeks later you get another another one. Yeah. Mr. I can't read Cyrillic language text. To me, it looks like Raha Conrix. But some of the letters are backwards. But hello. Get a 50% discount. I don't know if that's good or bad. Well, it's just how the price parity works. It thinks you're from a country that is struggling at the moment. So, I mean, take the discount if you want. That's why it's there. Brazil Steam prices. True. Sorry, I'm starving right now. Well, there you go. I mean, if you're starving, you probably shouldn't be buying plugins, you know? Yeah. My last purchase. Your last supper. Alright, so where did I leave off in this bit?
So when you're doing your settings for your own foliage, the settings correlate to when the foliage...
Okay. So the last thing that we're going to talk about in our little foliage journey is grass, because grass is very common. Grass is a very common foliage type in games and apparently also in the real world, but I wouldn't know that. So the grass is mainly reading from our deform render target, also known as the trampled deform in the material thingos. And essentially, our goal for the grass is for the grass to bend when we walk over it. We also want it to be affected by the wind, but we don't want it to be affected by the wind when it has been trampled down to the ground. So you can see here, this grass, very trampled. When I blow wind on it, it doesn't get as affected as all the grass around it. You can also see that the default wind effect, like this, are not being applied when it is trampled. So if we look in our example materials, we go to grass 02. There is no grass 01. Grass 01 is a lie. We can just have a little look at what is going on here. So as usual, we've got our render targets that we're reading from, or things that we want to affect this piece of foliage or this material. And then over this side, we have the ways that we want it to affect the foliage or the material. So right here, you can see that I have a little local variable called pivot point per blade of grass. So up here, this is a little bit unorthodox for pivot painting using vertex color, but if you know how, pivot painting works, then this is where you want your pivot point thingos. Otherwise, just use, the pivot point or use the world position. Or use the world position. So for like an individual bush or an individual piece of grass, this is good. For a clump of grass that each blade is pivot painted, this is good. And then lastly, if you're using grass cards, then you'll probably want to use world position. But anyway, whatever that is, that's where we're going to sample our render targets from. So if we look at this kind of jumbled mess over here, you can see that we have our wind, we have the water render target, and we have the trample deform, also just known as the deform render target. And we are using the foliage wiggler and the foliage bender. This stuff up here is just for the debug colors, so we can ignore that for now. Okay. So what do we want? So what things do we want to bend our grass? Well, if we follow this little node, you can see that we are getting the sample trample deform and getting the deform vector. We're also multiplying it by 1.5 just so it's a little bit stronger than the wind. And then in addition to that, we are getting the wind vector. So that's like the wind's velocity and direction, so we're adding them together, and then we're also adding the water normals, and we're multiplying that by a very small number so that it isn't as kind of crazy. So that's just, when the water ripple is facing this way, the grass is going to bend in that direction very slightly. So we just add them all together, we chuck them into the bend amount, and it gets added over here. We'll get back to why it gets added after all this other stuff in a sec. So then on top of that, we have the foliage wiggler, which just wiggles, wiggles foliage like this. And into that, we are putting the deform velocity, which is like a very short-term couple of channels that, when we trample something, we draw the velocity to it. So kind of self-explanatory. And then we're also adding the water disturbance mask, which is just the normals absoluted and the height map, and add them together. And then we're also adding the wind vector, so that, when the grass gets blown by the wind, it will kind of just jiggle around randomly in addition to bending. Now, the way that I'm adding all of them together is a little bit unorthodox. It's a little optimization, I guess, where we absolute the R and the G values, and these are G values, add them together, then get the length, rather than getting the length of all of them and then adding them together. So just keep that in mind. It's a nice little trick. If we didn't absolute them, then, the negative values from the R and the G could cancel out other RG values, which isn't really what we want. And so that's the wiggler. Now this little bit here, I am using that terrible simple grass wind that's included with the engine. Basically just saying when the wind is affecting the grass, we want to increase the intensity of, you know, that terrible default grass wind. And then over here, we're getting all of our, you know, wiggle and jiggle stuff. And we want to zero that out when the trample deform vector is, you know, 1. Or when something is trampled, we want to get that bit that it's trampled. Then we want to invert that, 1 minus it, and then multiply all of the other stuff by that. And that's why we add the bending after that, you know, cancellation of all the wind stuff. Then lastly but not leastly, we just get the vertex color, or you could use like a height mask or something, and we just multiply by that, just so that the roots of the grass stick in the ground and they don't move from the ground. And then that just goes into world position offset, and that is the grass. Well done. So, let me just move over here. So just to go over it once again, you can see that the grass is using that terrible default grass wind, you know, doing the default grass wind dance. And then when we trample the grass stops doing that. And then when we've trampled the grass, it stops doing that dance as much. And also when it's affected by wind, you can see that the grass is doing some, you know, some kind of random jiggling, random wobbling around. So it kind of just looks like it's, you know, getting blown around like crazy. So that's how you would set up grass with this plugin. At least how I have it set up. You can do it your way. You could do some of this. You could do none of it. Let me also just go to the water stuff. And then you can also see that the grass is getting affected by the water ripples. So if I do this and then just jump under here, you can see that, yes, the grass is getting, you know, moved around by the ripples. It's not just the refraction making it look like they're getting moved around. Cool. And then, bam, there we go. We replace the mesh of the grass. Will it be wonky or no? It should work perfectly fine with any mesh. It would look wonky if you were to use this exact shader, because of the way that the pivot point is calculated on the grass. You could just use the object pivot point, which I'll show you how that looks. It looks a bit funky when you've got really big clumps of grass, because it's just gonna it's gonna react as though they're all one unit, if that makes sense. So like, yeah, you can see that like it's like per each clump that is getting pushed around rather than per individual blade. If that makes sense. So as long as they're pivot painted in some way, you know, one way or another, then yeah. This one is from Sovereign, sent this one to me when he was doing it using vertex color. I think he has a plugin. I don't know if it's like publicly available, but I know he set up a tool that can pivot paint like literally things like this, like grass, individual grass blades and stuff. Where's the link for the plugin? The link of the plugin is right. I'm looking. Products, presents, game interaction, blah, blah, blah. Share. Copy URL. It is right here in the chat. I'll put it in the description of this live stream. I think I can do that. Oh, that's my Google account. No, I want to go view my channel. And then edit video. Early plugin on Gumroad here. Epic Marketplace SoonTM. There we go. Yeah, so you can probably check the description of the live stream, and it should be there. It's not on the marketplace yet. It will be soon. SoonTM. All right, so that was the grass stuff, and that was all one take. Let's go to captures. This one. Yeet the. Oh god, that's big. Let's move you over there. Wait, do I have anything else in this session? No, good. All right. This goes here. And then let's just jump through it.
So the last thing that we're going to talk about in our little fold, larger than that, will have its parameters adjusted automatically.
Can you tell that there's a time jump between then and now? My camera's a bit higher up. Damn it. What if I do this? Haha. Fade to black.
Automatically. So the last thing that we're going to talk
Yeah,
about...
now you can't notice at all. Haha. Editing tricks.
In our little foliage journey is grass, because grass is very common. Grass is a very common foliage type in games and apparently also in the real world, but I wouldn't know that. So the grass is mainly reading from our deform render target, also known as the trampled deform in the material thingos, and essentially our goal for the grass is for the grass to bend when we walk over it. We also want it to be affected by the wind, but we don't want it to be affected by the wind when it has been trampled down to the ground. So you can see here, this grass, very trampled. When I blow wind on it, it doesn't get as affected as all the grass around it. You can also see that the default wind effect, like this, are not being applied when it is trampled. So if we look in our example materials, we go to grass 02. There is no grass 01. Grass 01 is a lie. We can just have a little look at what...
Probably just cut that. Bam.
We can just have a little look at what is...
Need to just cut... I make so many noises, you know? What would happen if you scaled this interaction system down to like 1 centimeter in the engine? It would be fine. Yeah. It would be fine. Because the size of the interaction zone is scalable. So by default, it's a 40 meter diameter or a 20 meter radius. You could scale that down to 1 centimeter as long as, you know, as long as you were only looking at 1 centimeter on the screen, then it would work. And if everything was like 1 centimeter big, then it would be fine. So, yeah. Technically, yes. Rolkus, hello, hello. It's the guy from YouTube. Yeah, it's me. It's him. G'day, Cobber. Jesus Christ. In it. Bloody well in it. I was wondering why that was so, like, square looking. Oh, yeah, that's better. Always want to sample it with that little bit of blur, with that quad, that box blur. Love me a good old box blur. I can't wait for the inevitable, like, is this compatible with X other plugin? Is this compatible with, you know, Ultra Dynamic Sky? I mean, that's a fair question, I think, but... Does Ultra Dynamic Sky do, like, a puddles material function? And if so, I wonder how it does do. I mean, like, I know it has a... I don't know. Is this replicator and can it run on Switch and can you finish my project for me? Yes. Yes. Is it compatible with Fluid Ninja? I mean, I don't see why not. It's... You could use them both side by side. No way. Wow, those LODs are just amazing. Boo. Huh. I can't wait to have places in Prismatica that are like just big, like, you know, cornfields or like big dense foliage things, and you're just like chilling, and then you see like something, you see them all, you know, rustling, and a huge fucking monster just pops out of nowhere, or a huge ball just comes out of nowhere. It's gonna be Pog. It's gonna be Champ. Yo, any balls in the chat? A huge bowl. Don't know about huge balls coming out of nowhere. Hell yeah. Maybe just on weekends. Scareno either doesn't move while on screen, just leaves trampled corn in its wake. Oh, it's kind of spooky. I hate scarecrows. Fuck, we have a scarecrow, like out near, like our vegetable garden, I guess. But it's a mannequin, and it has a high vis vest on, like a high visibility fluoro vest. And like every time I go outside, I think that there's like, you know, someone here to like fix, you know, like look at the plumbing or the electricity or something. Fucking terrifying. What did you value this for? For sale, and also for my game project called Prismatica. But if you do wanna, if you wanna invest in Prismatascape stocks, then check out the link that I just posted. It's $29.99 America dollars, with plenty of updates to come.
What is going on here? So as usual,
What is going on here?
Render targets that we're reading from, or things that we want to affect this piece of foliage.
Cut that pause out. Cut that pause out.
Render targets that we're render targets that we're reading from, or things that we want to affect this piece of foliage or this material. And then over this side, we have the ways that we want it to affect the foliage or the material. So right here, so right here you can see that I have a little local variable called pivot point per blade of grass. So up here, this is a little bit unorthodox for pivot painting using vertex color, but if you know how, you know, pivot painting works, then this is where you want your pivot point thingos. Otherwise, just use, you know, the pivot point, or use the world position, or use the world position, or use the world position. So for like an individual bush or an individual piece of grass, this is good. For a clump of grass that each blade is pivot painted, this is good. And then lastly, if you're using grass cards, then you'll probably want to use world position. But anyway, whatever that is, that's where we're going to sample our render targets from. So if we look at this kind of jumbled mess over here, you can see that we have our wind, we have the water render target, we have the water,
just water is good,
render target, and we have the trample deform, also just known as the deform render target, and we are using the foliage wig.
It's very chunky, and
we are using,
soften it a little bit, you know.
And we are using the foliage wiggler and the foliage bender.
Bender.
This stuff up here is just for the debug.
You know what? Fuck that. We don't need it.
Okay. So what do we want? So what things do we want to bend our grass? Well, if we follow this little node, you can see that we are getting the sample trample deform and getting the deform vector. We're also multiplying it by 1.5 just so it's a little bit stronger than the wind. And then in addition to that, we are getting the wind vector. So that's like the wind's velocity and direction. So we're adding them together. And then we're also adding the water normals. And we're multiplying.
Oh, shit. Wrong button. There we go.
and we're multiplying that by a very small number so that it isn't as kind of crazy. So that's just, you know, when the grass is going to bend in the facing. So we just add them all together. We chuck them into the bend amount, and it gets added over here. We'll get back to why it gets added after all this other stuff in a sec. So then on top of that, we have the foliage wiggler, which just wiggles, you know, wiggles foliage like this. And into that, we are putting the deform velocity, which is like a very short-term couple of channels that, you know, when we trample something, we draw the velocity to it. So, kind of self-explanatory. And then we're also adding the water disturbance mask, which is just the normals, absoluted, and the height map, and add them together. And then we're also adding the wind vector, so that, you know, when the grass gets blown by the wind, it will kind of just jiggle around randomly in addition to bending. Now, the way that I'm adding all of them together is a little bit unorthodox. It's a little optimization, I guess, where we absolute the R and the G values, and these are G values, add them together, then get the length, rather than getting the length of all of them and then adding them together. So just keep that in mind. It's a nice little trick. If we didn't absolute them, then, you know, the negative values from the R and the G could cancel out other RG values, which isn't really what we want. Now, this little bit here. I am using that terrible simple grass wind that's included with the engine. Basically just saying when the wind is affecting the grass, we want to increase the intensity of, you know, that terrible default grass wind. And then over here, we're getting all of our, you know, wiggle and jiggle stuff, and we want to zero that out when the trample deform vector is, you know, 1. Or when something is trampled, when the trample deform vector is 1. Or when something is trampled, we want to get that bit that it's trampled, then we want to invert that, 1 minus it, and then multiply all of the other stuff by that. And that's why we... And that's why we add the bending after that, you know, cancellation of all the wind stuff. Then lastly but not leastly...
Right. Makes sense, makes sense. This guy's making a lot of sense.
We just get the vertex color, or you could use like a height mask or something, and we just multiply by that, just so that the roots of the grass stick in the ground and they don't move from the ground. And then that just goes into world position offset, and that is the grass. Well done.
Well done.
So just to go...
I don't think the recap is necessary.
That up. You can do it. And then you can also see that the grass is getting it's affected by wind. You can see that the grass dance. The grass...
Yeah, I don't think we need that recap at the end. I think that's kind of irrelevant, because we do it at the start.
And that is the grass. Well done.
That is the grass. Well done. Fade to black.
That is the grass. Well done.
Don't fade the audio as quick. There we go. All right. Is there anything I missed about foliage? Not really. Does anyone know how to fix engine crash when I drag a pin out of instance variable in PCG? No. PCG scary. I probably need... what about... I should probably do like an explanation on what the render targets are. Or like what they represent. Yeah, actually that's probably a good idea. I might do that. Let me just do this. Can I put you there? Cool, cool. Make an update to make UE not shit. That would actually be a really good idea, I think. I think that would go pretty well. Oh, I wish that bag was... Yeah, you know what, I'll just do this. That's fine. Yolla. Can I, like, click somewhere? There we go. All right, so before we get started with actually implementing, you know, these things... So before we get started with implementing the material effects for, you know, that are included in this plugin, we want... So before we start getting started, what am I even trying to say? So before we get started implementing the material effects, you know, the outputs of this plugin, we should first get familiarized with all of the possible render targets that we are drawing to. So, first up is the deform render target, the deform RT, also known as the trample deform. This is something that the deform capsules will draw to. And the RG channel denotes the direction of that deform. You can also get the amount of deform by getting the length of this render target. So this gets used in things like, you know, pushing little leaves around. It gets used in grass for trampling grass, so the grass will bend in a direction, you know, this direction right here. And then in the B and the A channel, it'll kind of look a little bit funky. You won't really see it. We'll just look at the B channel. You can see that there is the same thing drawn, but it fades out quite quickly. And we use these as a velocity render target. So if I hit this piece of foliage here with my foot, you can see that it will jiggle until this fades out. Like that. And then as it fades out, it stops jiggling. So that is the trample deform, also just known as the deform. Is there anything else that I use it for? I don't think so. Yeah. All right, next up in our list is the deform input render target. So this one is essentially just each frame, what would be getting drawn to the deform RT just gets drawn to another render target. The reason for this is that we can then use that in particle systems. So when I, face plant on the ground, we move the leaves according to what is in this render target. So you can see that the balls... So you can see that the balls... Oh my god, fuck. So you can see that the balls also move... Oh my god, I can't fucking get the balls. Okay, this will be it. So you can see that the balls... Jesus fucking Christ. So you can see that the balls will move these leaves around as well based on the input. Next up, we have the... What do I call this? Next up, we have the interaction bubble render target, which is just a vector field that gets applied once, once per character or once per big round object. And it gets used for... And its main usage is for large foliage. So you can see that these reeds are moving out of the way of our character. And they also stay out of the way when we're stationary. But in the B and the A channel, we draw the velocity like we do with the deform thinger. And you can see that this does fade out quite fast. And that is what drives the jiggling of these reeds. So if I do this, you can see that they jiggle, and then when I stop moving, they stop jiggling, but they're still bent out of the way. And if I jump up and down, you can see that they will jiggle as well. Right, next up is the surface render target. So this is a height map in the B channel. This can be used for displacement. So if you've got like sand or snow or other, I don't know, mud, you can see that this can actually be used to... you can see that this can be used to displace vertices when they inevitably add some form of tessellation. When they inevitably add some tessellation or some equivalent back into the engine, you'll be able to use this for displacement and whatnot. And then in the R and the G channels, we generate a normal map from that height map. So then you can actually have it affect. So then you can actually tell it to affect lighting properly. So if we go to our world normal, you can see that I'm adding this normal map to the ground, as well as using the absolute value of this normal map to change... Oh, no. As well as using the height map, the positive parts of the height map, to change the texture so it looks like it's been, disturbed and whatnot. Wow. I believe there's something else I can use that for. There's nothing in the A channel either, I don't think. Oops. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You could also potentially use these normals to push debris away from, footsteps and stuff. As well as, the deform trample RT. So you can see all this debris is moving around when I move over it. You could also add this normal to displace it outwards. Right, next up is the water render target. So, the B channel is the height map. There we go. So that gets used for displacement. So you can see that the B channel gets used for the displacement. Again, if there's tessellation in a future engine version, you'll be using that. For the time being, I'm just using a pre-subdivided mesh. Then in the R and the G channels, we generate a normal map from that height map, very similar to the surface render target. And so we add this normal map to the water's normals. We also use it to drive the refraction. So you can see that the things underneath the surface kind of wobble around based on the normals and stuff. Hold on. Where's my puddles? Okay. And you can also see that for two-dimensional effect, we can just offset the UVs using this normal map, essentially. And that's why this looks, you know, like it's submerged in water. But in reality, it is not. We're just doing a UV displacement of this texture. Now, in the A channel, there is a debug water surface mask. I'm not sure if that will stay there forever. I might move debug masks to a separate one entirely. But for the time being, you can just check where water surfaces are present. In the future, I might change the alpha channel. Hold on. Let me go up here. In the future, I might change the alpha channel to a maximum, like, ripple height. So that, like... And it would fade over time, so that when, like, a ripple laps up against a surface, we could then, you know, make it appear wet for a period of time and then fade out. But we'll see. We'll see what happens to the alpha channel of the water. Lastly but not leastly, we have the wind render target. So basically anything that gets drawn to the wind buffer. So basically anything that affects the wind buffer gets drawn into this one. So the RG channel is the velocity of the wind. Oh, fuck. So the R and G channel is the velocity of the wind. And, you know, so the direction and strength of the wind. And then in the B and the A channels, it is the velocity over time. So this is essentially getting a fraction of the wind's velocity and printing it persistently to the thing. This is useful for effects like, you know, fog, like moving fog around. Or potentially if you have... Sorry, let me go over here. Or potentially if you want to do, like, ground debris that can, like, move around persistently. You know, so, like, I can blow these leaves in this direction without needing to use particles. So these are just, you know, these are just material cards on the ground that are getting blown around a bit. So very niche use cases for these ones, but, you know, I'm sure you'll find some good ways to use it. And that is... Is that it? Also, I think my internet's dying. Hold on. Let me just turn my bitrate down. Apologies. Now, it is the deform capsules that will draw to this surface render target. The the interaction bubbles are not going to draw to this at all. Now, for the water render target, it is using those deformed capsules. I like to think of them as solid capsules. So anytime that they intersect the water height map, they will be drawing to here. Cool. Wait, where's the wind? There it is. Now, for the wind render target, the deform capsules do not draw to this explicitly. However, we do very slightly draw the input. Oh. However, we do very slightly draw the input render target to the wind, especially if things are moving really fast. So if something has deform capsules and is moving fast or is like really big, it will just naturally draw to the wind very slightly. Hold on. So as an example, if I yeet this ball, then you can see that it's drawing to the wind buffer very slightly. Right, I think they were the only things I had to add to that one. Alright, so now I need to... What was down this end? What are you? Oh, the puddles, fuck.
Alright, let's talk about puddles and water in general. So the puddles are driven by our puddles.
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Puddles, 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 yeah. Coincidental, blah, blah,
Questions, you can contact.
Yeah, now what was this one?
Need. Bring them at half resolution.
That's just optimization stuff.
Channel output for the run.
Yeah, yeah. Alright, so that's things. So we need to talk about water. How do we set up water? Alright, I'm gonna get a snack real quick, and then we'll be back. A snack, then back. So, see you all shortly. Badoo. Hello, I'm back. I ate some chips. Some corn chips with some beans. Corn chips and beans. Name a better duo. Any bean enjoyers in the chat? Anyone a beans fan? Let me tell you guys my beans recipe. Wait, hold on. What's a... Maybe it's just a meat, tomato, pinto, kidney beans. So it's kind of like a chili con carne vegetarian. I guess. Let me look at the what do you put in a con carne? Give me your what's your spice list? Large onion, yep. Red pepper, yep. Garlic, yep. Oil, yep. Chili powder, yep. Paprika, cumin, chopped tomatoes, margarine, I guess herbs. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, it's basically what mine is. Although instead of cumin, I use curry powder. So you get some what's it called? Like, turmeric in there. You know? I love turmeric. Loves me some turmeric. And I think curry powder also has ground cumin seeds as well. I don't know. It's just good. But yeah, basically, you get a four bean mix. So it's got black beans, kidney beans. I think it has chickpeas in it. It's just basically lots of different beans. Can of that, $1. Can of brown lentils, $1. Can of tinned tomatoes, possibly like with onion and garlic and herbs in it as well, 50 cents. What am I missing? Is there another can? Beans, lentils, tomatoes. No, that's it. 2 whole onions, about fucking 30 cents for 2 onions. What else? Mixed herbs, dirt cheap. A teaspoon of curry powder, dirt cheap. I think that's it. Oh, capsicums. If you're feeling, you know, spicy. Not that capsicums are spicy, but I mean, like, you know what I mean. Chilies, fresh chilies, or just chili flakes, and then a bit of cayenne pepper. Don't put any salt in it. Do salt at the very end, so you get less salt in it. You just, like, fucking... Well, you cook all the onion and garlic first, and then put the spices in so that you flash fry the spices for a bit. Then you put in all of the beans and the tomatoes. And the trick to getting a nice thick bean, a singular thick bean, is you don't drain out the bean juice. Don't drain the bean juice. That shit's gold. You put that in with it all. And then once all the water and moisture evaporates out of it, it's like even like it's beanier, you know? Never throw away the bean juice. That's if I have one tip for game developers, if I could say one thing, it is don't throw away the bean juice. The bean juice is fantastic. Anyway, let's get back to work. Dube. Have you seen the terrain 3D landscape system in Godot? I wish Unreal had something like that. I'm pretty sure Unreal is adding something like that in the future. I know they were just going to completely redo the landscape system. And I think it was going to become... It said that it wasn't just going to be height map based, which kind of implies that it would be three-dimensional, so you could do like overhangs and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Love beans? Yeah, beans are fantastic. Beans are so healthy, and they're so cheap. And they're so filling. They're such a good vessel, you know? Such a good flavor vessel. Baked beans on toast. True. That's also an Australian staple as well. Although it's kind of like, it's more of a boomer. Like a boomer breakfast in Australia. Like, I guess, like, the typical Australian breakfast would be, like, bacon, eggs, baked beans, toast. And that's it. Beans plus beans water on toast. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, there's actually, like, some crazy things you can do with bean juice. With most bean juice, usually chickpea juice, but it's called aquafaba, which means... What does aquafaba translate to? Or is it literally just what it is called? Oh, it's a portmanteau of the words aqua and faba, which are the Latin words for water and bean. So it's literally called bean water. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so basically you can whisk bean water, and it turns into egg white, kind of, like basically egg whites. Like this. And you can make meringues from it if you mix sugar through it. Isn't that fucked up? So you can make vegan meringue with bean juice. Actually, if you go to like a cocktail bar, they're most likely using aquafaba instead of egg whites for, like, you know, whiskey sour. Or any like cocktail that has a foam, like an egg white foam or like meringue foam. on top. Usually they'll be using bean juice because it doesn't go off. Like, there's no risk of food poisoning. Yeah, that shit's fucking lit. Sounds gross? Do you mean gross? It's yum. Once, like, the smell... It doesn't really smell like chickpeas. I mean, it smells better than egg whites. So, there's that. Yeah, you can use it in, like, cakes and, like, for mousse and stuff. Instead of egg whites. Oh, they look nice. Oh, yeah, boy. Amaretti cookies. Jesus, that's heavy. Yeah. So you can bet your ass there's going to be a use for bean juice in Prismatica. You know. Mmm. Mmm. Delish, delish. Baking sourdough devlog when? You know, I would love to do a cooking channel. Or just cooking videos in general. I love cooking. I'm a big cooking enthusiast or cooking proponent, you know. Like I think that every single person should learn, you know, like level 1 cooking, you know. Or at least get to like level 3 cooking, you know. You mean gorse flowers? True, true. We have heaps of gorse out here. Like, gorse is terrible. Gorse is like a, what's it called? Like, the worst pest vegetation ever. Tomas, see Trello for his Maggie Mind showing you all how organized be Trello. The Trello isn't very up to date or organized. So you probably wouldn't gain much from seeing it. I do need to do a big sort of roadmappy thing at some point this year. I've been thinking of like open sourcing a lot of the project so that people can have a look through it and whatnot. And I think when I do that, it would be a good time to kind of map out all of the like features and stuff that are going to eventually be in there. So then people like kind of know what to expect, and if people want to like help out with or contribute some bits and pieces to achieve that, then, you know, then it's all there in one place, so people kind of know what the project is about and what things they can expect to be able to pull from it and possibly add to it and stuff. I think that would be Pog. But you do bring up a good point. There is a lot of like interlocking parts. When I do eventually do like a roadmap, I want to structure it like a tech tree, like that you'd see in like Factorio or something like that, where it's like, here is the main, here's the end goal, you know, I don't know, survival mechanics or something, which requires the attribute system, and, I don't know, items. And items require the attribute system. And items require models, item models, you know, the inventory stuff, inventory, blah, 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 like this kind of thing. Does that make sense? So that's at least how I would organize the sort of the roadmap of a huge project. In terms of like the sort of day-to-day, week-to-week tasking and whatnot, I just tend to wing it. I just do whatever I feel like at any given point. But you know, like this is good to know because it's like, okay, well, I don't want to put heaps of effort into, you know, hard coding some survival mechanics until the attribute system is like fully fleshed out, and then this gets built upon the attribute system. And then the attribute system would need the simulation manager as a prerequisite so that it can tell which attributes to update, you know, periodically, so that we're not updating them all on the same frame or something like that. So, yeah, and then you can basically say, okay, well, you know, let's start with the thing that has no prerequisites or that already has its prerequisites met. So, like, if I've already got the inventory system, you know, finished, and I've already got a bunch of models for the items, then maybe I'll start making items, you know, for surviving or whatever. So that's kind of how I would approach a big thing. How many episodes just flying around the edit of 2 hours and closing the project? Yeah. Yeah, I've been there. I'll be right back. I can hear one of my cats knocking glasses around, so BRB. I'm back. One of my cats, like, refuses to drink from his water bowl until I pour water from the little water fountain into it. Like, so, like, he prefers to just drink from running water, but if I push the little button and, like, a few drops go into the bowl, then he'll drink from the bowl. So, yeah. Some cats are just... Some cats are just cats. Ptah, what are some good resources you recommend for beginners to learn C++? I have previous experience in Python. Plan to mainly use it for C++, but when I studied Python, it also helped me learn general Python instead of just Python for Maya, so I'd say both. But mainly for Unreal. Okay. Yeah, I don't know any C++. That's a disclaimer. I don't know any written coding languages. I'm a bit too smooth brain for all that. But I do know that Unreal C++ is very... Well, like, the syntax and stuff is the same as C++, but you don't have to worry about, like, memory management and, like, object lifetimes and all that kind of stuff. If you're doing Unreal C++. So, I think if you already know like Blueprint and like just general Unreal Engine stuff, it might be worth doing Unreal C++ and then like, you know, real C++. Because that way you'd sort of go from, you know, knowing Unreal Engine and how Unreal Engine kind of works to learning Unreal C++ to then learning, you know, like adding on the extra complex bits of C++. Whereas if you did it the other way, you'd kind of be going from something that you do know to something that makes absolutely no sense and then meeting it in the middle somewhere. Whereas you kind of want to build on things that you already have experience with, in my experience. So yeah, maybe Unreal C++ would be a good one. Especially if you're gonna learn Unreal C++ anyway. I think like the main difference is like, yeah, garbage collection is done automatically in Unreal, and I don't know, like other shit is like managed within the engine itself. Vitagraft, hello. Hello there, I think you're very busy, but do you make tutorials for PCG in the near future? At some point, yes. I do want to do PCG videos. I just feel like PCG is a little bit too fresh to make like videos that will, you know, last the test of time with. I like my videos to be kind of timeless if possible, so that like someone in a few years can look at the video and still learn from it. Whereas I think PCG is still undergoing like a lot of changes to like how it works. But I do want to make videos about it once I know it better. Oops. Shit, what have I done? Oh god. There we go. Alright, what did I need to film? The water stuff. Water. And then there was puddles all here, and the puddles are all good. Okay. Probably cancel out of that. Alrighty. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Also, is the stream health relatively good? Yeah, I don't think I'm dropping frames. I don't think anything is updating. Oh, maybe GOG, maybe Epic Game Store, maybe Steam. No, it's not open. Cool. Alright, just gonna make sure my internet is chugging good. Alright, let's talk about water within the Prismatascape plugin. So, jumping into our test scene, the first thing to keep in mind at this current moment is that Unreal does not support tessellation anymore, at least in Unreal 5. So for stuff like water, you'll be wanting to basically pre-subdivide. You'll be wanting to pre-subdivide your kind of water meshes. I have one in this example project. I'm pretty sure it LODs as you get further away. No, it doesn't, but you can set that up yourself. Now, the next thing to note before we get started in this is that the... how do I put this? Now, one quick thing to note with this plugin, if your water is a translucent material. So if I set this to default lit, but translucent, and we hit save, and we start digging around with it, yeah. You can see that the water looks really jittery when we move. Now, I'm not 100% sure why this happens, but I know what is happening, and that is that the translucent material is reading data from the previous frame. And that's why the position of the render target is jittery. Because yeah, it just looks terrible. So for the time being, it is very much advised that you use... So for the time being, it's very much advised that you use the opaque single layer water material. Now, I do have a video about single layer water. You can just search that up on YouTube. It's called Single Layer Water. And that will kind of take you over the basics of how it works. But that's just one thing to keep in mind with this plugin. PCG crash was Graph Assistant. There you go. Yeah, I got crashes with that, and that's why I stopped using it, I think. I think it was when I was using Niagara and it was doing weird stuff. Because maybe it doesn't support the Niagara modules and stuff. Frostbite, great question. How exactly is the windblower done in the plugin? Does it only kind of work with a mouse click from the bird's eye view camera, or is it possible to have an actor in the world that's always blowing wind around in a direction? Example, blowing wind down or outwards in a radius and attaching the windblower to a helicopter. I know it's not a full 3D simulation, just wondering what extent it can be used for things like this. So that is a great question. We can fake 3 dimensions. So your example with a helicopter is very, very good. So the wind... Imagine that I'm a helicopter. Oh, actually, no, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do one right now. Let's go to Prismatiscape, Components. Actually, I'll do it in Example Character. Blueprint class, a new wind, Prismatiscape wind component. We hit select. Helicopter. No, helicopter has a K. Helicopter. I think that's like... What's helicopter? That's like, Swedish? Anyway, let's continue. Right, so helicopter. We're gonna go to the function. We're gonna override the get wind capsules. We're gonna yeet that. Now the start location. We're just gonna get owner of the component. We're gonna get actor location, I guess. We're gonna make a singular fella. And that could probably just go into both, so YOLO. Then we're going to make a thing. And we'll just put it at the actor location. With a strength of... Wait, is that... Radius. With a radius of 50, I guess. And then the velocity... we will make just down. So negative, I don't know, negative 1,000. and strength of 1. And we'll put that into both there. So if we now go to our character and we add helicopter, bam. All right, so he should just be spewing out wind omnidirectionally. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's like a lot. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so imagine he's a helicopter, I guess. Now, the strength does fall off with height. So if I could make his jump height... Or actually, no, let's just put his gravity down to like 0.1. So then we can like see it, you know. So we should see... Could have made him T-pose and spin, true. Okay, so you can see that as I leave the ground, it stops drawing. And then as I come back down, it will start drawing again. It should feel more gradual, but... Yeah. I wonder if I can go, like, even slower. Like, on the way down. Let's do, like, 0.01. Oh no, but that's gonna... It's gonna get to the same speed before it... Okay, you know what? Let's just make his jump. Jump velocity, like, 200. Let's also just make the strength of it less. Or, like, less strength, but a bigger radius. Maybe. You'd have to, like... You'd have to dick around with it. It's more like a hard... Yeah. Yeah. I think that's mainly just because of the way that the wind... There's a maximum wind value. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can see here it softens and then gets harder. Can I get onto that? Oh, almost. Let me in! Fuck. Just a tiny bit higher. Let's go like 250. Alright. So yeah, again, I'm a helicopter. I'm doing helicopter-y things. Wait, oh, no, I can't air control. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Then go back. Yes. Okay. So yeah, okay, you can see that it's softer here. And then if I go up, it's like very thingoed, and then as I float back down, it's helicoptering again. Yeah, the wind can kind of be unpredictable in that way, but I don't know. Because it's not an actual physical simulation. It's very artistic, you could say. So it's not physical, because physical wind simulations don't tend to travel very far, and they kind of just like go around in little spirals, which isn't really what I wanted this to be. I wanted this to be used for like big explosions and stuff. So yeah. You could also do something like noise, Perlin noise, 1D, game time in seconds, and then put that into the... No, that'll suck it as well. I'll just get the... Oh no, hold on, just add 1. No, what the fuck? Just plus 1. And then just put that in there, and then just tell this to chill out. So yeah, you could add noise to the amount that it's drawing to the render target, which will just kind of help it not be as, like, as extreme. Why are we not? Huh. Alright, maybe a little bit more. Perlinoise 1D plus 1. Oh, that goes down to 0. Plus 1.5. Maybe. So then it only goes from like... Yeah. Okay, well, it's not as strong, but... Alright, you know what? Let's put it back up. Maybe I'll put that back up to 100, and then that to negative 100. So yeah, the wind can be a bit finicky, especially when you start adding multiple wind sources together. It can kind of become a bit of a nightmare, but you should be able to get something working relatively good. I think adding noise to it will definitely help make it less kind of uniform. Like this looks better because it's kind of pulsing randomly and whatnot. Shit, I missed it. So yeah, so long story short, yes, it does kind of simulate a third dimension by doing a like a soft height fall off from the ground. And then also the more that the velocity is angled downwards or upwards, it will vector field. So it will be omnidirectional rather than unidirectional. So if I yeeted that helicopter tail and just went up on top of this pillar again. Oh, I didn't even test that with the water. That would have looked sick. But anyway. Was your good? Thanks for showing. No worries, no worries. I'm always I mean, I'll probably do a lot of little videos about like examples like that, like how would you do a helicopter, or can I do XYZ? But yeah, if you see here, as I poof the wind, you can see that it's stronger when it's nearer to the ground versus back here, it's like softer. And then if I point it down, it should be more omnidirectional. Yeah. This one's a bit too thin to really notice, but yeah, it should omnidirectionalize. I mean, if I did this, yeah. The only problem that you'll run into is like trees, you know, like the trees aren't going to do like the upper parts of the trees aren't going to react to something like that because it's kind of limited to the ground. Well, unless you, yeah, I don't know. There are some compromises, but you could do that with a different thing. You could do like a custom data value that, you know, the helicopter specifically sets on trees or something. Or if your game was only about helicopters, then you could increase the height fall off that the wind would draw from, and then you could also increase the mask, the height mask for the tree effect. But if you wanted to do both in the same project, you'd need to be running 2 wind simulations, one for the higher version and one for the ground version, which isn't super ideal. And that's where, like, doing a 3-dimensional wind simulation would be appropriate. But that requires a 3rd dimension, which requires an order of magnitude more processing. So it would basically turn that 0.5 milliseconds into 5 milliseconds. Or if you were only using the wind, it would turn 0.1 milliseconds into 1 millisecond, which isn't too bad. I mean, if that's kind of what your game is about, then totally worth doing, but yeah. If you didn't need the height map, could you, in theory, do everything with just render tags without RVTs? If your terrain was completely flat, then yes, you could hard code in an interaction height. So if your entire world was at, let's just say zero height, then yes, you could forego all of the runtime virtual texture stuff and just compare the height of the capsules to that set height. But, you know, then you wouldn't be able to have any elevation anywhere. Or you could not do the height check at all if your characters couldn't jump. Or how do I put this? So, like, if we weren't doing any kind of height comparison, then the head of this character would be drawing to, you know, this displacement stuff, even though the head is up here. Could have elevation right there, interaction system just wouldn't care. Yeah, so you'd need to, like, manually disable, like, only draw the feet. Which would be fine if your characters couldn't fall down. But then as soon as something jumps, well, I mean, yeah, you could just turn off all of the drawing when something jumps and then turn it back on when they land, I guess. That would just require a lot of finagling. But yes, technically you could not use the RVT, but it would require a lot of what's it called? A lot of like CPU side, like traces and stuff. Playing RVTs and RTs for the first time, I was wondering why RVT was necessary for the simple thing I was doing. Yeah, gotcha. Village outline thing. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, so the nice thing about offloading things to textures is that it's like, it's more flexible. So like with your village outline thing, rather than having a material function that has like a million, you know, circle slots where like heaps and heaps of them aren't even being used, but they're still being computed, you can just draw a circle actor or a circle object to the runtime virtual texture, and it only... So the thing about runtime virtual texture is that it gets rendered once when it gets updated, and then it just doesn't get touched again until it either gets dirtied or you move really far away from it and it wants to like clean up stuff. So it will require some processing to draw it initially, but then after that it's absolutely free. Like, it's not taking up any juice once it's been drawn to. Whereas for something like a shader effect, if you were to have those slots and whatnot, it would have to be processing all of that math every single frame. Says a render target aside when and what I draw to a render target. Yeah, that's true. You can just do like a snapshot of like just draw to a render target once and then leave it. the thing about the runtime virtual textures is that they're set up to be, how do I put it? So instead of having one huge, 16K texture, it's broken up into multiple smaller textures, like in a huge big array. And then basically when something changes in just these tiles, it will only redraw these tiles. And it won't, none of these are going to update. So like combined, it could be a huge 16K or even like a 32K texture, but it's only gonna update the ones that it needs to, which means that, individually these can be really high resolution. Like, they could be high enough resolution that they look like this. But because they're like, drawn in tiles and stuff. And yeah, it will take the mipping into account. So if you are standing here, then it's only going to draw these ones at the highest resolution, and the rest of them can just be at their, their half resolution or their quarter or eighth resolution versions, so that it doesn't take up, a 32K textures worth of memory. Tyrant Tiger could draw stuff around the player while the RVT covers the whole map. Yeah. Yep, exactly. So what are you using the render target for specifically versus the RVT? Because you could, for the outline stuff, you could just use an RVT, like without using a render target. Buildings draw to RVT, RVT draws to RT, RT using landscape map. So you could just cut out the render target in that case by just sampling the RVT in the landscape material. Let me just get rid of helicopter tail. Actually, yeah, let me see that. Let's do material. RVT seems really glitchy and messy when not getting cleared every frame. Interesting. It should be fine. Can you do like a screenshot of it or like a video capture? Because yeah, you should be able to just be like, hey, get the runtime virtual texture sample. And then because you wanted to do your outlines, you'd get this channel and use that. And then this one could just use that to subtract this from that, and then contrast or something, I don't know. And then that could be your outline stuff. So like this would be all your landscape stuff, or like, the landscape color stuff, and then this would go, the outline could just be white or something. So then if I yeet this up and we put that on there, and then it goes like that, and then this can just go from the, I guess water data would be a good place to yeet from. We can see something going on here. What is that? No, there's something going on outside. What the fuck? So yeah, if we had a ball, Yo, any balls in the chat? What? Let's get a... No, let's just get a plane. Yeah. So we've got a plane. It's just chilling. We'll get a new material. Put that on there. And then this is going to draw runtime output. We'll get a linear... No, how do I do a circle? Let's just do distance. Shit. Distance. Text coord. Distance of 0, 0. No, 0.5. So there should give us a circle. Son of a bitch. There we go. Okay, yeah, that works. So remind I need to draw an outer circle, then draw an inner circle to mask the middle out of the outer circle. That way I can merge the outlines across many beauty. Yes, yeah. So I'm just setting that up right now. So you just do it with a hard thinger. Seal. So that's gonna do the middle. And then if I subtract the radius, fucking 0.5 probably. So that gives us that. Let's go to like 0.4. No, we'll do 0.5. That's right to the edge. So we will draw, let's 1 minus it first. We'll draw this to the specular, and then we'll do a smaller one. 0.45 or something. To the roughness. As such, and we'll do that. Cool. And then that can just be invisible, I guess. Soulbreaker, hello. Can I say the N-word, please? No thanks. Also, you were spelling it wrong. I think you were going to say Nigeria. Or the River Niger. But... See, YouTube chat's just weird. This is why YouTube are all virgins, you know? Is it nice? Yeah. Or no? Yeah, it's just... YouTube's just weird. That's why I didn't say... Oh, yeah, true. I don't have the chats up because I was filming videos. We've been there. Oh, no, it got deleted from the widget. That's fine. He just posted the... posted the letters one after the other. Anyway. Let's continue on. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Alright, runtime, virtual texture. Drawing virtual textures, water data. Why is it... Oh, because of the thing. Okay, wait, I'll do it underneath, just because the volume and stuff. So yeah, so now we've got this thing here. Which is... If I... Oh. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, here it is. There we go. Yeah, so now if I do this... Something bad's happening. Oh, I know what it is. Hold on, sorry. I'm just too dumb. I need the opacity here to match this one. So that the corners don't overlap it. Okay, now just hold on one more. Let me just go into the actual... What the fuck? Like services queue with RVT debug material. Okay, okay. Let me geese. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, it can, I mean, you can see something weird happening here, where, like, here it is fine, but then when I zoom out, the MIPs, like, when it's fading between the MIP levels, it has them in, like, a different order. I think it just needs to have a forced refresh when it gets drawn, somehow. Let me just figure this out. So that's getting the specular, subtracting the roughness, and then doing contrast. So why is that? So you're outputting to here. Roughness. Okay, what if I just put the specular into the alpha? The specular should just be, yeah, balls. And then just the roughness into that same place. That should be slightly smaller balls. Oops. Oh, because it draws the... Huh. I see. Because the opacity... Because it's drawing that opacity. I wonder if I could... Because they're not additive, that's the thing. Okay, well, maybe you just have to have two... Just two overlapped for each of them, I guess, maybe. In order to do it nicely. So, like... Yeah, it makes sense now that I think about it. So yeah, for this example, let's do this material doing this. And then the other ones. I mean, you could do it, you could do it with just one channel if you were using two shapes. So, like, we could just get this material, duplicate that, and then put this one into there. As long as the sort order, so we get these, and we then say sort priority. Translucency sort priority. Translucency priority 0. Does it go from lower priority, draw behind object with a higher priority? So we set this to like 1 billion, 1,000, or just anything above 0. Then they'll get drawn second. Which then... I didn't set the material. Hold on. Material 2, bam. Yep. So then if I sample the correct channel, specular, I should technically do it. Oh no, because... hold on. Because I was drawing the white to that. So that goes into the opacity, but then this goes into the specular. Or it should be able to just do this. Just 0 into the specular. Without the other thing. Without the radius. Yeah, so then if I move this pair over that pair, yeah, we get the combined outline. Yeah. And it looks like that alleviates the weird issue as well, but it might just be a fluke. And then you could scale these up and whatever. Until one of them exceeds the fucking boundaries of the RVT. Yeah, so that's a way that you could do it, for sure. You'd need to figure out a way to keep the scale uniform between them, but... Yeah. And so this way you could just bypass the render target entirely. As long as that weird mipping issue doesn't happen. Yeah. It is a weird little quirk that it uses the translucency sort priority in the... Yeah. It says this setting is also used to sort objects being drawn to a runtime virtual texture. I guess you could just do... Oh, I've got an idea, but I don't like it. No, it would just be easier to do a pair with the material. I mean, you could do the radius by actually scaling the two different thingos. Like giving each plane a radius, and then so then this one is radius whatever value. And so this one is that radius plus 5, like absolute 5, not a fraction of the other one. So that way the outlines would be the same size. If that makes sense. Like that. Then I was thinking you could even just use the same material. Now we're getting into like fucky territory. But then you could use a custom data float for the value that it's drawing. So like scalar, blah, 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 custom data. How do I custom data again? Use custom data. Custom data 0, param, specular. So then this one, custom data, would be that. What do you mean undeclared? Some material doesn't declare a parameter. Oh, because it's using that one. Yeah. Okay, so then that one there would be 0. But why are you not doing the thing? I don't know. Actually, custom data might not dirty the RVT, now that I think about it. No, it definitely does. Yeah, no, it does, it does. What material is this one using? New material 1. New material 1. So why are you not drawing sort 0, sort 1000, 0, opacity is good. I don't know. Maybe just do 2 materials. Just to really make sure. Because, yeah, some things don't dirty the RVT. Like, what are they called? Material parameter collections. So, like, if you... let's say you had, like, you know, your puddles value. When you update that and a material implements that global parameter, that won't update the RVT. because you can use those global parameters in materials that aren't, what's it called? That aren't instances, you know? Can you force it dirty by moving something a tiny bit? Yeah. Yeah, you could. You could even move the runtime virtual texture volume if you wanted to refresh the entire map. But I wouldn't recommend doing that. Yeah. I'll be right back also. I'll be a couple of minutes. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Let's continue. Does anyone know these pieces of music are from the game or just some random ones? They're from the old school RuneScape soundtrack. The prismatic music sounds much less MIDI. In prismatic scale, could you move the RVT volume such that it follows the way to achieve a better resolution? It's a good question. It kind of does that by default. That's kind of the thing. I mean, rather than... It's an interesting question. Yeah, rather than following the player around per, like, pixel, like the render target does... you could move an RVT around in in discrete tiles, basically. I'm not super sure if there's any real point, because tiles that are really far away get rendered at a really low resolution anyway, or they revert to their like baked MIP version. I know that they're gonna, well, I fucking hope that they're gonna that they're gonna revisit RVTs at some point to make them better, you know. Having gigantic 2 kilometer RVT not an issue. Yeah, I would assume not. It would only become an issue if, like, you were constantly updating big chunks of it all the time. Because obviously, like, yeah, the bigger the tiles are and the higher resolution those tiles are, the more things that are going to be potentially drawing to it, which means that when one of them updates, all of the other things have to redraw to it, if that makes sense. Though it's a draw on RVTs based on its previous values, or generally calculate the parameters based on some other RVT samples, doesn't make my project my problem. You can't do... So RVTs are set up in a way that whenever it changes, it redraws everything. So if I'm drawing a circle, a triangle, and a square to this runtime virtual texture tile, so, you know, the actual runtime virtual texture might be way bigger. If I move the square, then it has to redraw the position of the square, the position of the circle, and the position of the triangle. Like, it has to redraw everything that would be drawing to that tile. So you don't get, like, what was the previous value of it. RVTs are supposed to be very... like one and done. So you're not supposed to be moving things around that are drawing to them because of the way that they actually draw. So if I had like a million little, I don't know, bushes that were drawing to the RVT so that they could, I don't know, get rid of grass around the bushes. Maybe they're just like little radial cards that have a fall off, and, you know, we duck the grass down based on that or something. We could have like a million of them, and when this RVT, well, maybe not a million, but we could have heaps and heaps of them, and when this RVT tile gets updated, it'll cost a fair bit. It'll cost, you know, a lot of draw calls and, you know, whatever. But after that's done, it's like, it's just good to stay there. And it's not going to cost anything from that point onwards. However, if we started moving this square around, it would have to redraw every single one of these little bush cards, fall off circle thingos, every single frame that this was moving. So RVTs are very much supposed to be for like very static things. Like maybe you place a building down, you know, once every minute or something, and you want to get rid of the grass underneath that building. So that's something that you'd use an RVT for. Now, render targets, not to be confused with runtime virtual textures, is what this system is built on. And in a render target, you can manipulate the... what am I trying to say? You can manipulate it as is. Like, it doesn't have to have anything drawing to it each frame. You can just say, oh yeah, let's get all the pixels and we'll move them up, down, left, and right, and then subtract the previous frame or the cached version's height so that we get this ripple propagating outwards. And that's how this, you know, that's how this works. And the reason that I have it follow the character around... So, for example, if we go to the water... the reason that I have it follow the character around is because it means it's a fixed cost. So it doesn't mean that... And there's no real way in a render target to know if things are, like, being updated, if that makes sense. Like, if this was, like, a multi-tile thing, there would be no way to turn this tile off, you know, if these ripples were, like, going to it. I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, but... Yeah. Hello, big girl. What you doing? Hmm? Come here. Good girl. Big skitty. Oh yeah. I'll give you a big skitch. Is that good? Right there. Loves it. Love a good scratch. Hmm? I was watching the stream intently wondering, how's this cat in his house? True. Especially seeing a big specimen like this one. Yeah? You a big specimen? Are you the matriarch of the house? The big boss? Chilling? God, she's fat. She's fat and there's nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do. Yeah? Because she gets her own food. Like, I obviously feed the cats, but then they feed themselves on top of that. There's nothing I can do, is there? Smoocher? I'm gonna get all cat grease. Have I talked about cat grease on the channel before? These cats just, like, produce oil like crazy. Going to cat meow into the microphone? If she comes over here, you could. I like it. Hey, not in there. Not behind the computer. Come here. Anyway, let's, What did I last film? Let me just check the footage log. The footage. Alright. In this example project, I'm pretty sure it LODs as you get further. Look what's loosen your layer water. And that's just one thing to keep in mind for... But that's just one thing to keep in mind with this plugin. Is there an audio delay? But that's just one thing to keep in mind with this plugin. That's just a joke. I'm just looking at the footage. Right, so we need to go to the bit where we draw it to the RVT. Cat, excuse me. Thank you. We'll delete this. Let me just move all this shit around. Yeet that back there. Cool. All right. Okay, so if we jump into our water, you can see that absolutely nothing is happening. Now, you can see that we are drawing our deform capsules, our solid capsules of the character. Cat, can you not do that, please? Thank you. Now, the reason that we're not getting any interaction is because we need to be drawing all of our water surfaces to our water height runtime virtual texture. So if we go to Prismatiscape, water height, click yes, and in our water material... Oh, sorry, Cat. And in our water material, we need to be making sure that we are drawing the absolute world position into the world height runtime virtual texture output. So if we click go now, then you can see that we're getting a bunch of cool stuff. It looks like water. It looks really nice. So what is actually going on in our water material that makes it look this damn good? Well, let's dive in. No pun intended. No, intentional pun. Very much intentional. Sorry, let me turn the music down a bit. You Sanava. Okay, so we are in our water, single layer water material. We are sampling the water, Prismatiscape sample water. This has our water normals output, which is the R and G values. Then we've got the water height, which we use for world position offset. You can also see that there is a function called use blur and an extra little value, you don't have to put something into it, called the blur distance. Now this blur is not an expensive blur. It's a Prismatiscape material function called cheap box blur, which just does a quad, oh actually no, sorry, a pentasample. Samples the original texture and then copies of the texture in each cardinal direction, which essentially blurs the image. So this is quite cheap to do because these are shared samplers. And it's basically, it's just better to do this than to double the resolution of the water simulation. So this is just something, you can do this on any of your, yeah. So if you're finding that the water is very kind of pixelated looking, just turn on the blur setting with a static bull. Anyway, let's continue. So out of the height map, we are... Okay, so out of the height map from the water sample, we are taking that, we are multiplying it by 10, and then we're just chucking that into the world position offset in the Z direction. And so that, pretty much self-explanatory. It will make the verts move, you know, up and down based on the height map from our simulation. That bit's quite self-explanatory. Now, secondarily, we have the water normals, which you may want to add to your existing, you know, water ripple texture or whatever. So if we just had a texture that was called, I don't know, water, and you were just doing like the classic panner, you know, water ripples method where you have like UVs and you say, the speed 0.01, and then you double that and you get this, and you do one in the other direction, and then you blend angle corrected normals, and you put that one into that one. Then what you would want to do is blend angle corrected normals again using the, you know, the normals from the water output. So then we can chuck that into our normals. We'll just see what that looks like real quick. It's quite extreme. It looks very gluggy. Nice. Let me just speed that up a bit. Oh. Cool. And then let's not flatten that. All right. And so now if we go into here, you can see that we're applying the normals on top of the, you know, the ripples and stuff. Looks decent enough. It's a little bit strong, but whatever. Now, the last thing that we want to do, usually you'll just want to get whatever's going into the normals. Wait, pixel normal offset. Yeah. So usually what you'll want to do for refraction is you'll want to get whatever's going into the normals. You'll want to mask out the R and G values and then divide it by some number and then add 1. Now, the reason that we do... the reason that we add 1 is because a refraction index of 1 means no refraction. So by getting normals, which have negative and positive values, dividing it by 10, so squishing it down into a smaller range, and then adding 1, we're essentially saying the refraction should be 1, except when normals are applied, it should, you know, it should change by 0.1 in, you know, the positive and or negative directions. So if that's a little bit confusing, then too bad. I don't have time to explain further. But you can see here that everything that's underneath is getting all distorted and looks, you know, nice and funky. If I was to get rid of that, you know, that really noisy water texture bullshit from before and just have the water ripples, but with a higher strength, then you can see that everything is nice and smooth, but when we do water, you can see that everything underneath gets all distorted and looks, you know, nice and funkalicious. Cool. Does that actually change with... That's refraction, index of refraction. Let me just test something out real quick. So index of refraction 1. Because I can remember this being a huge ass pain. So that's not doing any... Yeah. But then if I just... 1.33, which is glass, I think. Does that change it? Okay, yeah, so that just fucks it. But what if I put this into it? Is that different? Huh. Is that better or worse? I mean, it's stronger, but it's... Actually, I don't know which method is more ideal. And then there's the 2D offset. I think they're literally identical. I'm pretty sure one... yeah, no, I think they are identical. I'm pretty sure, at least in translucent materials, the way it works is when it's set to index of refraction, it's supposed to take the normal output and then multiply it by the index of refraction. So that's just like a static value, which then multiplies by the normal. But it doesn't seem to work in the single layer water material, so fucking YOLO. So yeah, we'll just leave that one at that. Wonder if I can add to the like the caustics, the caustics. Doesn't really look like a big difference. Yeah, yellow. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just do that. Yeet that. You know what? I could do that, but like very, very chill. Oh, but that also goes into the debug colors. Classic. Cool. God, even at that flatness, they're still so fucking extreme. Like, brother, just chill. There you go, now it looks like water. Who would have thought that water would look like water sometimes? Also, I'm pretty sure... Isn't that supposed to be... Thought about doing hand signs to signal future editor Charlie? No. In fact, I haven't thought much in general. Something I tend not to do. Yeah, I think 7.5 is the best for water. Right, so that's water. And then we move on to the puddles stuff, which the puddles I've already filmed a whole section about. Just trying to think if there's anything extra to do with water and puddles. I talk about the puddle exclusion. Yeah. I think that's fine, honestly. Why did that get so dark? It's kind of spooky. Why am I flying? Ah! Oh yeah, true, the gravity. Forgot I set the gravity. Let me just change that back. Gravity. 1. Jump. Velocity 420. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else about the thing, but no, I don't think so. Alex Online, I have a question if you have the time. Yeah, absolutely, go for it. I'm always happy to answer questions about anything. Anything game dev related, or food related, or cat related. So there was the thing about the foliage and the grass. We did the water and the puddles. We could talk about like the displacement-y stuff, but it's kind of explanatory. We could talk about the particles. Maybe I'll just do that as a future video. Well, no, let's talk about the particles. All right, let's talk about particles and how particles can interact with the render targets in the Prismatiscape plugin. So if we hit play and we jump over... Oh, God. So if we hit play and we run over this direction, we can see that we have some leaves, some leafses. And these leaves are interacting with 2 of our render targets. They're interacting with the input render target. So when I just move over or fall down in the leaves, they're going to be pushed around. And they also interact with the wind render target. You can also see that these bowls are affecting them as well, because they are drawing to, you know, the deform and the wind and all that kind of stuff. So if we exit and we click on these leaves, and we also find out why the leaves are up in the air like that. Right, it's because they're scale. Classic, classic. There we go. So if we click on the leaves and we go into this leaf test Niagara particle system, you can see that this is a very simple, this is like one of the default Niagara templates called blowing particles. And the only thing that I've added is the Prismatiscape add render target as velocity. This one's just a renamed version of that. So if we click, just disable them for now, and then we click Prismatiscape, okay, where the fuck? Oh god, Jesus Christ. Can I? It's exposed. Wait, what's it called? Yeah, add Prismatis. What is it? What the fuck? Where is it? What's it called? Script. Library visibility exposed. Yeah. What's it called? Prismatiscape add render target as velocity. Yeah. Eh? Oh, library only. No? What the oh, is it? There it is. Right, you've got to hit plugins. Son of okay. Alex, so I have this texture that's just one tile. Can I make a material that will randomize the hue color for each next tile? Meaning the texture is one tile only, but the material is spread on the floor, so there'll be a number of tiles on the same one tile texture. Yeah, okay. That's a spicy question, actually. Let me do a little example. Let me just get rid of these example materials. Let's do a shape like this, and then clear that. So we've got a texture that is a texture going into the base color, or anything basically. And when for each tile, so we have text coords, and we have, how can I do this? Text coords. Well, if we divide it by some number, that'll give us the amount of tiles for it. So we'll just do 10. Oops, sorry, no, multiply will give us more. Or actually, no, let's do it in world position. You know what? Let me just do it like this. So we'll just say 10 tiles of my beautiful face per side. So the way that we can get our random values for each tile, we could get. So if we think about it, we've got a UV that looks like this, right? So it's 0 here, and then here it is 1, and then it goes, to 2, 3, 4, so the green values go from 0 to 10, the red values go from 0 to 10, because we've multiplied it by 10. So what we will do, we can seal. So we're just going to get the higher value. We could do seal and then add them together. So we're going to break 2 and then add them together. So we're just going to sum the R and the G together. And let's just multiply one of them with some prime number. So, like, I don't know, 7.3 is kind of wacky. So we're going to add them together. If we put that into here, we're going to see it's just going to be white. But if we frac that, which means that it's going to discard anything left of the decimal place, so we're only going to be left with 0 to 1 values, then we should... Where's our... Oh, right, because... Okay, no, this needs... this needs to be multiplied by a non-1 number, so... Fuck, I don't know. What's another kind of non-recurring-ish number? 4.75. Okay. Okay, so now we have... It's not very random, is it? How can I randomize this more? What if we then multiply the combination of them by an incredibly large number with decimal places? That should do something, right? Well, fuck. No, because... Huh? Why did it turn black? Okay, I'm interested now. That's so far... Oh, because it must be overflowing. Okay, okay. So... Fucking hell. There must be a better way to get... Do you want it to be truly random? Or do you want it to be using a noise, but the noise is sampled per tile? If that makes sense. Let's think of a better way to do this. So this is like the start of it. It's always seal. It's always the two things, add them together, gives us random number. Oh, we could run it through like a sine or something instead of fracking it. Could give us a better result. Well, a sine, add 1, divide 2. Look at it is that I have a sidewalk and I want some of the tiles to have random brown spots. Yeah, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I see. Well, okay, so let's just... see, it's not very random, though. Why is it not random? We could... Okay, another way we could do it. So like, here's the gist of it, right? We can then use this mask to do... you know, like a hue shift. Hue shift. Percentage. This one. Texture. This one. Into there. So now they're all going to be different colors, right? Or you could... let's just get the output of this. And then, like, clip it. So you could say... seal. How do I spell seal? So we could do some negative number. And basically say anything above some point should, you know, have the random bits. and then use that to drive, you know, like, you know, add the text, add the dirt textures and stuff to it and blah, blah, blah. So then if we do it this way, these ones will be a different color. Set apply. Than the other ones, apparently. What? Shift percentage. Oh, because we didn't saturate it. Okay. Okay, so now only these ones will be blue. They'll be inverted colors. Now, another way that we could do this, which might look a bit more natural, rather than doing a pure random noise per tile, we can... So here's our UVs doing our usual tiling stuff. What we can do is we can seal or round, or seal should be fine. We can use this to then sample like a noise texture. So, oh, that's not it. How do I get a texture? There we go, texture. So let's go cloud noise. This one is fine. And I should be able to do... That's going to do the whole thing. We'd want to do this and then divide it by some number. So this will essentially sample like a pixelated version of the noise. And then... Yeah. So then from this, we can get some... You know, we've got random 0 to 1 values that we can then be like, oh yeah, let's do... You know, like... What's it called? Like dirt on tiles that are white. Or something like that. Does that kind of make sense? Maybe? Okay, yeah, so this is the tiling to match the thing. And then this is the world space tiling of the noise texture. Oh no, not even world space. It's, well, we could do it in world space. We could do world position XY. Fuck. How would we... Oh, that's a tough one. We'd have to add it to this, right? So then... Oh, fuck. So if that was just 1... Hold on. I can do this. I can do this. Just need to use my brain. I think we'd add it after seal. So we get this seal, add world position, and then divide by number to get our thing. So we want the noise to be 1,000 units tiling. And then... No, but now it's not pixely. Do we do it here? And then add world position? Please say yes. Ah, fuck it. Fuck world position. Who needs it? Anyway, something like this, I don't know. And then you could use that to drive hue shift, or you could use it to drive like a height lerp. Shit, where'd my level go? Oh my god. Did I delete the level? Oh no, it's just really big. I was scared for a second there. I hope that kind of gave you some ideas, Alex. I know it was pretty useless, but YOLO, as they would say. What was I filming before I lost track? It's a... Oh, right, the Niagara stuff. Cool. You post the codes on this? You could look at the VOD, either on Twitch or on YouTube, and you'll be able to go back and pause it and screenshot it. Or listen to the explanation again. Actually, do I have it kind of saved? Let me just see if I can make sense of it. All right, there we go. Get a little screenshot of that. GPU code is so wacky. Yeah, I agree. I agree. All right, let's go back to our Leafses. We're talking about things interacting with the thingers. Cool. So they're not doing anything. Okay. So now that I've disabled those interaction thingos, you can see that these leaves are not, you know, they don't care about me at all. So if we go back to our leaf thinger, what we want to do is on particle update, we want to get the Prismatascape add render target as velocity. So if we type in Prismatascape or Prisma or whatever, we're not going to see anything. We need to click on the plugins, you know, show all in plugins. Then we're going to see the Prismatascape add render target as velocity. Now there are a lot of parameters over here. So we're going to go through them together. So the additional lift Z means for each sideways velocity, how much up velocity do we want? Then we've also got the height fall off, which means how far away from the ground do we want these to react? So if this was like 10, then as soon as those particles get 10 units above the ground, they're no longer there. So as soon as the particle gets 10 units off the ground, it's going to stop being affected by this entire module. So the default is 200, which works for wind. But for, you know, actually like when the character touches the leaves and stuff, you might want to put this down to like 50 or something. Then the height RVT, you need to explicitly set that to the Prismatiscape landscape height. That is what it's going to base this height fall off on. The input velocity clamp is just going to clamp the velocity so that if something moves, you know, over the, you know, the particles at like 1,000,000 miles an hour, it's not going to move them 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's going to clamp it to 400 units per second or something. Now, the render target section means which render target do we want to be sampling from. So if we get the input RT, Prismatiscape deform input RT, we're just going to set that for now. The render target size world space, and below that we have the render target location and the render target size world space. Now you'll be able to find values from the Niagara parameter collection. So if we go to NPC, then we'll see Prismatiscape Niagara param collection. We want to get the deform RT location for the render target location. And for the render target size, we want to get the simulation size world space. This is just so that it knows how to line up the render target in, you know, the correct place. Then the strength XY is just how much do we want to push as like a multiplier. So if the render target says this should be... Wait, did my stream crash? Hello? My stream still going? No? No? No, we're fine, we're fine. Why did it say my... Wait, is the YouTube still kicking? Let me just check the YouTube real quick. Kicking? Yeah, it is. Okay, so what the fuck? Why did my OBS say... Here. Internal error. Can you, like... Can you not do that? I think it's just... my chat. Yeah, my chat widget. Hello? Can I, like... Can you not? Why is my chat widget not working? What do you mean error? Just work. Now I can't see Twitch chat in my widget. Confusion. Maybe it'll fix itself. Maybe. I don't want to crash the stream intent. Why is that not... Can I refresh the chat window? Can I go docs? There's OBS. Docs, chat, close. Docs, chat, open. I'm guessing like one of the keys expired midstream. Like the permission keys. Can I? Oh no, I can refresh. Click refresh. Refresh. Please, come on, you have to work. Please, chat window. Come on, you can do it. Why does it say error? Internal error. Come on, man. Oh, fuck. All right, well, I'm just going to have to look at the Twitch chat on my end. So there's Twitch chat. And then if I go OBS and then move OBS here, then we can put the chat here. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Yeah. Okay, that should work. Shinano! Oh my god. Sorry, everything's breaking. That should have come up on the screen, but it didn't. What the fuck? Thanks for the 5 gifties. 5 gift subs. Absolute legend. Thank you very much. It's okay, I'm breaking down too. I really appreciate it. My king, I've come to tell you how much your YouTube channel saved my life and sanity. I'm very glad to hear that. I'm very glad. I'm glad that you are sane. Right, well, now that we've kind of figured out that the chat... It's just the chat that's broken, not the whole stream. Let's just continue on with this video while I'm still in the zone. So we blah, 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 set the strength. Okay. So now if we minimize this... oh, actually, no, not yet. Now, one thing to just check is that this is in the right place. We want to put this before all of the wind and aerodynamic drag and collision and all that kind of stuff. Then we're going to hit compile. There we go. And now when we start running over the leaves, they should get... Okay, they're getting, like, absolutely yeeted. That's because we set the multiplier to, like, 4,000 or something, and the input render target isn't normalized. So it's actually displaying absolute velocity values. So maybe we want to not do that. Maybe we want to have the strength XY at like 100 or something. So now that we've told that to just calm down a bit, it's still yeeting pretty hard. It's mostly going up because we set our lift to like 500 or something. So let's go back again. And we can just tweak around with it, you know, put the lift to like 100. And these leaves should be just chilling. They should just be yeeting around at like a nice controlled amount. It's a little bit exaggerated, not super realistic, but you can imagine like a scene of like, you know, kids and stuff playing, like jumping in the leaves, and the leaves are going everywhere. Or like people fighting each other, and they just... It's funny. Bam. So that's one way that we can read these render targets. We can also... Oops, wrong thing. We could also use the wind instead of the deform. So we go wind RT, Prismatiscape wind RT. The strength XY, we probably want to put a bit higher because the wind is normalized. So the wind is limited to -1 to 1 values. Input velocity clamp, probably not super relevant for the wind. The height fall off, we would want to be taller for something like the wind. And the additional lift, let's put up to like 200 or something. And we would also want to change the deform render target location to wind RT location, just so that it lines up absolutely perfectly and there's no like jitter. Right, so now we're sampling from the wind render target, and you can see when we blow them around, they are very slowly moving away from us. So we would want to tweak the strength values. Let's put the strength XY up to 1,000. Put the additional lift up to 500. And we'll keep the height fall off at 200. And now, they should... Yeah, they're getting blown around a bit more. It's a little bit too chill for my liking. Let's set it way higher. Let's go like 10,000 XY and like 5,000 in the air. Go to the absolute extremes. So a lot of setting up particle interactions will require some trial and error. But once you get it in that sweet spot, everything is fantastic. Oh, look at that. They are getting absolutely blown away. Now you can see that when they are really high up in the air, like these ones, then they're not going to be affected by the wind, and that's why we get some being left behind, which is a nice effect. And that's just because as they go up in... Oh, that's... That's because as they go up in the air, they're going to stop getting pushed sideways by the wind. So that's why that height limit is there. Alright, let me just go back to these ones. Yeet that one. Everything good. Oh, is that it? Gotcha. So that's why that... YOLO. Okay, cool. Let me just do this real quick. My win force value was also 10,000 after all that Mexican last night. Oh, nice. Beans, bro. Love the beans. Jason, hello. Hello, Prismatica. Thank you for your tutorial. It's been a long time 3D game artist. Started studying Unreal again. I find tutorials extremely easy to follow. Thank you. And I really appreciate you popping in. And I'm glad that they're helpful. Very glad. Oakley McDoke, let's look at one last little thing that you might want to do with particles and stuff. You can see when I do the water, the water does the particles. So the particles like follow the surface of the water. So the way that this is achieved is actually not through the use of particles at all. So none of this logic of them moving on the water surface is done in the particle system. It's actually done in the particles material. So if we go into the leaf particle... Yeah. So if we go to Prismatiscape content, we go to the Niagara stuff, we go to the test leaf particle, you can see that I've added a little bit of stuff right here. So all this is doing is it's sampling the water height map, so the ripple height map. We're multiplying it by the same amount that we multiply our ripples by on our water. So you just have to make sure that they match up the same. And then we're just applying a mask that essentially senses, is the particle close to our water height? Is the particle close to our water height RVT? So this is just the math there. It's basically saying if they are the exact same, then do this. If they are... Oh, no. So this little bit of logic is essentially saying if they are the exact same, then do this, you know, this extra bit of jiggle well-positioned offset. And then as they get 15 units above or below the water, stop doing this. And then that just gets applied to the well-positioned offset of the particle material. So it's it's essentially just a trick, but, you know, everything in life is a trick. And never trust anyone, not even yourself. Just some life advice. Especially not people that are peddling their, you know, graphical interaction plugins on YouTube. So there you go. That's how you can make particles interact with the water ripples and whatnot. So that pretty much sums up how particles can interact with the Prismatiscape plugin at the moment. There may or may not be more interesting ways that I come up with in the future, or that maybe you come up with, you know, in the future. So I hope you enjoyed that one. This was a nice little short one, but hopefully it clears up a few questions. So thanks for watching, and with that, we say goodbye. End. I'm still here by that. That was just the end of that video segment. Bye-bye. No, I'm still here. Don't go. Don't go. Please, please. Will the bitrate be less catastrophic as a video? Yes. Yeah, I record locally at, like, maximum settings. But I can only send, like, 2 megabit of quality through my internet to stream. How does the water height map work? Is the global value from highest water, lowest water, or is it the water's distance from it? It's the distance from the rest position. Yeah. So, essentially... Oh, there's cat fur everywhere. Let me go to... Render targets. Water render target. So basically, we know where water is by using... just being a genius. We can enable our puddles and stuff as well if we want. And then, essentially, when one of our deform capsules is interacting with the... Well, when it's overlapping the landscape height, because this isn't like a separate mesh, this is just the landscape height where the puddles are, or the water, like the actual, where is it? Where's the fucking, here. Or the water height map, then it knows to, you know, draw it to the water render target. So the water render target itself has no... Yeah, it's just local height. It's just height from the water surface. But then the actual height render target knows about, like... How do I explain it? Sorry, the height runtime virtual texture knows about... the global height of the water. Is the height the value of the color? So yeah, so in the runtime virtual texture, not the render target, that's where we store the height of the water. So that's why if I go here and like jump over this, we don't get water interaction until I land in it. But then this water that's higher up is like, do you know what I mean? So the water ripples have no sense of height, but where we actually draw to, or like when we draw to the water does have a sense of height. If that makes sense. So if I was to do this, then it would be a bit funky. So if you had one water on top of another water, then the ripples would propagate from one to the other. Because according to the water render target, they are the same body, if that makes sense. So yeah, a couple of little weird limitations, but YOLO. Water slide, yeah, a little water ramp. It just looks cool when you do stuff like this, because you see the ripples actually propagate properly. Like, oh, my Twitch is back on my chat widget, so I can close Twitch again. Thank God. I mean, not that I've got anything against Twitch. Wait. So yeah, if we look here, you can see that the ripples will go up the channel and eventually get to here. Yeah, nice. Looks very spicy. Double slit experiment, true? Yeah, it actually is. Okay, yeah, you know what? Hold on. Let's check the interference wavelengths. Oh no, one of them's not. One of them's getting overwritten by something. I could just do that. What is overriding that? Or is it just that... Oh no, it's just in an awkward spot of the RVT. Whereas, like, yeah, the RVT resolution was too low. So this one was in the middle of 2 pixels, but this was taking up just 1 pixel. Fuck. There we go. Why are all my notifications getting, like, cut short? So weird. Alright, double slit. There we go. Now we're sciencing. Is light a particle or a wave? That's the question. That's why I made this plugin. That was what I was trying to answer. Is a ray tracing rays particles or waves? That's the real question. Bulbasaur, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome, welcome. They're particles? Are they though? I don't know. I don't know, are they? I was actually surprised, like, because this does actual reflections and stuff, the, like, just the general water disturbance actually looks, well, because it is legit, because, like, that's actually how water disturbance looks in real life. Because it's actually, like, coming off of the edges properly. I was kind of surprised by that. So water travels slower at higher resolutions? No, it accounts for the render target resolution and the simulation size. But the wind doesn't. That's something that I forgot about. So we went water resolution and put it up to, like, I don't know, fucking 2K. It's gonna kill our frame rate, but it also, the water just gets real shit at super high resolutions. Like, it just starts doing weird, kind of noisy stuff. I mean, at least you do see, like... It is higher resolution, obviously, but... It can kind of go... Yeah, here it's, like, just too noisy. Probably can't tell with the bit rate and stuff, but... Perpetual motion discovered. True. I think 1K is, like, the limit that it looks good. Or at least 1K at 4K size. So 4 centimeters per pixel. That's, like, the hard limit that I'd put on the water sim. So that, like, maintains fluidity, but also is a bit more detailed. And it means that the noise can be... I mean, like, I guess if you're more zoomed in, then, like, you know, if you're a third-person game or something, then you might want it to be higher res. Although, if you were a third-person game, you could probably get away with having a lower radius. The other thing is, the height of the water ripples gets really big when things move through it fast. But, like, so for this character, this looks kind of stupid, right? But if you think about it, if someone was moving through the water at this speed, they would be making waves bigger than that. But, like, realistically, you would slow down if you were in water like this. So that the ripples would be looking more like this. If that makes sense. So let me understand something. All those effects are in your plugin? Yes. Yes. The water, the wind, the wind, the foliage interaction stuff, which includes the grass, you know, pushing grass around. Blah, blah, blah. Big foliage, like this. That's just using the bubble as well. The particle interactions and the deform stuff, like the kind of footprinty things, like this. It's all in one for only $29.99, or your money back. Well, yeah, for a price, exactly. And it also includes, like, the puddles, and you can, like, you can make puddles with the footprint layer. You know what I mean? Very cool, very cool. He says that a world towards far from the center. That's a good question. I haven't yet, but I don't think it should matter. I can't remember if I calculate the like this, for example, is a point, and then each pixel is saying what's my distance from that point. But I can't remember if I'm doing that in world space or local space. Or even if I was converting it to local space, I don't think it would make a difference. Because we'd be converting world position from really far out of world origin into local space. It's a good question. I imagine it would maybe break down slightly. Let me just do a real quick test. We'll move this. Oh god, it kept all of the drawn foliage. Okay, you know what? Fuck that. Can we... What happens if I copy paste? Does it keep the... It does. YOLO. We'll just do it. Alright, let's put this at location. How far away would we have to be? Like, yeah, we'll go 30 million. 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. And then if we move the player start to 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh god, I feel like I'm like in the abyss. Alright, then we hit play. So we are now... Oh god. Is that... Oh no, the runtime virtual texture volume. So if I... Fuck. Runtime virtual texture volume. Landscape height. 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me just put you there. Alright, now... Looks relatively... fine? How far away is 30 million? Yeah, it's relatively normal. What about the wind stuff? Oh, okay, the wind... looks a bit fucked. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, so it looks like a lot of stuff is stretching. Because I've only gone out in the... Y coordinates. You can see everything's gone weird on this. Yeah. Why is that? That's 300 kilometers? Okay. Let's move them up to location 30 million in that direction. What is it with the wind that makes the wind go funny that far away? Is it the noise texture that's fucked? I think it's just the curl noise. Yeah, no, yeah, it's definitely the curl noise. Because it's using a texture that is sampling world coords, but the actual drawing of it is fine. So if I disabled the wind curl, where the fuck is that? Wind simulation. I don't think I do it separately. It's just a... Actually, does that have... Wind, noise texture? I don't have a noise texture strength for some reason. Silly me. Let's see. Wind... Blah, blah, blah. Sample this times some number. Here. Hopefully I can control Z all of this. Yeah, you can see once it's drawn to it, because it's just reacting in render target space, it's like fine, but it's when... Yeah, you can see also these are like very pixelated. It's a good question though. So what's 30 million centimeters again? Let's just control Z. Cool. So we can keep control Z-ing. Shit. Can I like go back to... Hey. Wait, what the fuck is that? What are you doing? Why are you falling through? Messing around with the Grid 2D stuff for a while now, strange stuff like this in large world coords. Yeah, yeah. I can... I guess if you converted everything to local space first, then it would be fine, kind of? I don't know. 30,000 kilometers. Okay, okay. I think if you were going that far distance, you'd probably be using like, yeah, rebasing, origin rebasing. Presumably. Is there anything else that I broke? Oh, fuck. Where at? Oh, God. Okay, hold on. You. Die. You. Oh, God. Just floating in space. Scary. Go back to here. Nice. Right where I want you. What was the other thing? I set the water to too high. The water resolution is too damn high. Alright, so I filmed a video about the water height setup, the water shader, the puddles I've already filmed and stuff. We did the particles interaction stuff. I did the foliage grass stuff. That's done. Done. Intro video done. Is there anything I'm missing? I guess like the... could talk about the wind specifically, but it's kind of like there's not too much to talk about. I mean, I kind of mention it here, wind blockers through RVT. Like, there's no point in me making an entire fucking video about, oh, if you draw something to the water data RVT with a, I think it's a roughness value or a specular value. Specular value, then it blocks the wind. Thanks for watching. And with that, we say goodbye. You know? Don't think it's, like, worth. So I think I'll leave that. Seeing the default Starfield planet texture. Let's have a geese. No. It's kind of funny. Oh my god, I've got so much editing to do. These aren't terribly my default texture is usually this. But then every time I update the engine, it changes back to that grey grid. So I haven't changed it back at the moment, but I just keep playing Prismatic and seeing that, yeah. Hey kid. You wanna buy Prismatascape interaction plugin for only $29.99? Alright, well now that I've filmed stuff, I do want to try and package the test level. Maybe we can do that right now. Oh, I have to open it up again. Well, okay, before we do that, I want to go back to being a normal, fuck, I've been using square monitor for so long. Alright, now we're back in ultra wide. Thank fuck. Ever say something like that real bad for some reason in Comic Sans? True. True. Actually, is my, is the print string stuff still in Comic Sans? I can remember changing the print string text to Comic Sans. Wait, one of these errors just saying again. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Just gotta remind myself, you know. Alright, so if we go to package window shipping? Binary configuration shipping. Package the game in shipping configuration. Which means that it isn't going to have the development tools and stuff. So if I then package project and we delete package plugins, delete that, delete this, and we then say folder, this one, select folder. Ooh, I hate that fucking sound. That it sounds like little, I don't know. It's what I imagine crystal meth sounds like. Does that make any sense? Alright, packaging project for Windows. And it's just doing all the building. Wow, look at it go. Sweet. We'll just let it do its thing. So hopefully that only packages this. Yep. Just Prismatiscape. Please work, please CPP. Packaging all my plugins. So that could be why it's thingoing. Even though they're not used in this thinger. Everything is only ready to go by the... Oh, fuck that. Right, so I think that worked. World partition, shader library, blah, blah, blah. Meta sound. Oh, wait, why are they getting put in? Prismatiscape, blah, 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 blah. I have to load smooth sync, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. Success. All right. How big are ya? Where was it? It was in my Z drive. Packages here. Properties. 750 megabytes. Not bad. It's better than before. But why was it including... Yeah, well, I can't... It's all fucking packaged. It was including a lot of... like meta sounds stuff, which I'm guessing would then include audio files, which are big. Let me just do a Prismatiscape content, fix up redirectors. Because, like, can you check the size in here? Or, like, can you, let me just check. If I just go plugins, Prismatiscape, properties, 100 megabytes. And that's all from content. Config binaries? Wait, where's the other? Wait, why is there? What's Unreal Editor Prismatiscape PDB, Program Debug Database? That wouldn't get packaged, right? Why is that 50 megabytes? Is that just... Can I open that? Can I not? Oh, fuck off. Just fuck off. Just click that and now fuck off, Microsoft. It's open in Notepad. I mean, yeah, honestly. Probably is a... Wait. 50 megabytes of text. Oh, God. That's going to be a lot. Not responding. Oh, shit. Megabyte. Graphenobyte. Based. Anyway, so this is... in reality, 50 megabytes big. So what is... Can I look at references? Okay, I can do reference viewer. Prismatiscape content. Reference viewer. See, these don't... How do I browse to? Or open. Browse to asset. This is in like the actual stuff. So where does it say that's getting referenced? Prismatic game. Oh, that's just all things. Yeah, okay, maybe I don't want to fucking use reference viewer there. Because, yeah, I'm guessing there's just some random stuff that isn't actually relevant in here, but I've accidentally done something in, like, probably something in the character, example character, reference viewer, that's all PSPS, that's referencing some other stuff, which I don't want it to. And that would be because somewhere... Fizz. Is there like a physical material for the mesh, maybe? Fizz? There it is. Physical material override. And the other thing was the rotation mode, which we don't care about in this fella. So that's one more thing yeeted. What was the other thing? Is map master? Yeah, no, I got rid of them. Unless the capsule has a physical material. It does. Huh. Grill myself. Grill myself. Oh god, it's just gonna... I just don't want to. At least I can do, like, reference viewer. Prismatic, blah, blah, blah. That's all good. What is it referencing? Generic jump component. Yeah, so why are we getting our old components? Are they on our character? Components, none. Cool. Player character. PS, blah, blah, blah. So they're all fine. Pris player, cursor component, physics control component, da 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 da. Yeah. What are you referencing? They're all fine. That's fine, that's fine. That's fine. All good, all good. Yep. Physical material ice is fine, that's a default one. Yep. Right, that's clear. There wouldn't be... Or maybe this has some real bullshit. That's fine. And that's just referencing thingos. Yeah, it's got some shit, but who fucking cares? They're not being used. Item actor, item object. Oh yeah, I guess because in here there's a bunch of variables that don't need to exist. Like, is aim, like, yeah, all all of this stuff. Don't need. Don't need. Don't need, 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 don't need. Don't need, don't need, don't need, don't need. Do need. Maybe need. Don't need. Oh, no. Apparently that's in use. But it's only getting set. Right. Yeet. 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 I don't think I do an additive landing. Apparently I do. Do need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, or that, or that, or that, or that, or that. Or that, 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 or that. Don't need that, or that, or that, or that, or that, or that, or that. None of that. Nope, nope, nope. Don't. Nope. No. Nope. No. Nope. Locomotion. I think I do need this. Yep. Apparently. Nice. We don't care about rotating. We don't care about turning in place. We don't need previous velocity. No. Don't need acceleration. No. Don't need that. No, do need that. Do need that. Do need that. Don't need this. Don't need... No, do need that. Do need that. Don't need that. Don't need that, or that, or that, or that. Or that, or that, or that, or that. And then lastly but not leastly, we don't need the movement component. We don't need the aiming. We don't need the... I do need that one. Don't need that. Don't need that. And don't need that. Sweet. So that's a bunch of references yeeted. Very good. Ugh. I just want it to package down to like a few hundred megabytes. Like, I'm sure, you know, people that aren't me don't mind downloading, you know, 700 megabytes for a little test demo level before they buy the plugin. But like, if that was me, I'd be like, fuck, bro, I'm not even gonna bother. That's gonna take me like 2 hours to download with my shitty Australian internet. I bought the plugin, so good. Thank you, thank you. I hope you have fun with it. The documentation will be ready to go very soon. I've already uploaded 2 of the videos, but they're not published yet. Actually, I don't think I... Let's see. Let's see. What do we got? Someone... Blah, blah, blah. Feature overview. Wait, this is unlisted. How have so many people already watched it? There's another one in video. No, I have to go manage videos. There's another one that's unlisted. Prismatic setup. Wait, why is it grayed out? Oh, because it's just a draft. Ah. Playlists. No, it's not made for kids. Just next. Monetization off. End screen. Just, yeah, whatever. Get the usual. Save. Next. That's fine. Unlisted. Video link. Okay. Cool. So now I can say in here, edit, info index, how to get started. Bam. cat hair everywhere. Watch it through the Gumroad link. True. Cluster, it's all BP. Yes, it's all Blueprint. I might move some of it to C++ in the future. So at the moment, the manager, which is like the brain, it has a list of components, like a list of references to components, and then on each frame, it will ask those components, hey, where do I draw your shapes? And they will say, oh yeah, we draw them here, and it will spit them out, add them to a list that gets generated each frame, and then sent to the Niagara system. So I might move it to C++, even though it's really not doing that much work. It's more the actual individual components that send all of their data to here. Although it might be... I'll have to do some testing, but eventually some bits, once it's all like really solidified and, you know, the workflow is all good, then I'll move some of it to C++, but only if it really starts bogging down performance. Because it is actually CPU bound. Like, you can draw 1,000 shapes to the render target, and still, at least for me, it doesn't break 120 FPS. Oh, sorry, it doesn't dip below 120 FPS. But as soon as you start sending 1,000 shapes, positions, and radius, and velocities into Niagara, that's when it starts to get a bit chuggy. I'm not sure if doing it in C++ would actually alleviate it, because it's mainly just getting the stuff from CPU to GPU land that I'm guessing is the main juice puller. But I'll do some testing at some point. But that'll be at least like two updates away. The first update I want to do, which will probably be in like March, will be potentially just like modularizing the whole thing so that you can kind of toggle things on and off at runtime easier. So like if there's no water, if you're in the desert, for example, then you can just turn off the water simulation and, you know, things don't even have to worry about drawing to it. Although the simulation itself is pretty cheap, and the like drawing to the water uses the same calculation as drawing to the surface. It just compares against a different height. So I don't know, it's a bit weird. Where does it will show debug shapes? It is in the manager. There is a boolean called draw debug shapes, and if you tick that off, then it will not draw the cylinders. Or in the test level, you can press T, which is just on the character, just sending. It's just getting the manager and just toggling that boolean. So you could implement that on your character if you want to be able to see where things are drawing. Because it is kind of important to know if something's going terribly wrong or not. So once you've got them all set up, then yeah, you disable it and whatnot. Future updates are plugin be available on the Marketplace and Gumroad? Yes, if you purchase on Gumroad or the Marketplace, when it is on the Marketplace, you'll get all of the future updates for free. So whether they're just fixes, updates, or like extra content updates, if you've paid the price, then you get it forever. Oh, good. Oh, good. What's my input resolution at? I feel like it's very low. Oops. Oops. Ah, so what if that was at 512? Or maybe even 256. What's half of 1.5? 384. Yeah, that's a bit more detailed now. Blech. Nice. He's chilling. Should probably make the feet bigger. Anyway, that whole surface thing needs a bit of a facelift. I'll do that in the next update as well. Right, so we filmed all of the how-tos. So I just need to edit them. And now, what were we doing? Right, we were trying to see where things were referencing all that other shit. Can I reference viewer? Here, landing component, jump component. Why are they getting, like, what is referencing them? Escape, wind, interaction, blah, blah, like, what? Reference viewer. Generic jump component, landing component. Component data. Huh? Why are they... So they're referencing that, but that's not referencing them. Oh, because I'm telling them to... Because they're using the plugin. So that shouldn't be causing a... thingo, you know? Do you know what I mean? That shouldn't be causing those to get packaged with it. it should only be the things in the level that are... Oh, fuck, I don't know. Unless... Just had a thought, does plugin come with the test level including your character? Yes. It comes with this test level, and this isn't like my... It uses some of my animations, like my running and jump animations and walking and stuff. So, you know, you can rip them if you want. And I guess it has my base character model. This fella. But that's about it. I don't think there's that much else that you could scavenge. And these models don't have any like meaningful textures either. Base mesh, best mesh? Yeah. You do get this texture, actually. This texture here. The Charlie Ball texture. Which is always a bonus, you know? Big pog. Pogers. Can have your own Charlie, that's right. Oh, fuck, what have I... What have I done there? Shit. Test leaves. Ah. Wait, no, that... Confused. How have I cocked that up so bad? Let me just get this back to normal real quick. Is it the... Okay, so it's the input that's making them go super weird. Deformation input RT. Additional lift Z 200 instead of 400. Height full of 75. That should be clamping the... Clamp the input at 200 and then... Huh. Well, we'll just put that down to... What's the default? 3000? No, 100. 100. Put that to 100 as well. Maybe just put that to 50. Preparing shaders. Yeah, hurry up. Yeah, because that looks normal. The wind affecting them. When I affect them, I'm really affecting them. It's almost like that other one is still there, but I know that it isn't. Unless it is. Unless it's like Ghost. It's ghosting. It's MF ghosting. Actually, what day is it today? It's Saturday. Well, no, Friday. It's Friday. Okay, so it is the input stuff. So that should probably only go, like, multiply by 10. Right? So that means that we're getting 2,000. If we're moving fast. When's the next episode of Solo Revering? Is that Friday or Saturday? Saturday. What am I gonna do tonight? Jesus. Okay, that looks better now. Maybe I'll increase it a tiny bit. Maybe just double it. And we'll just call it Dunzo. We'll just leave it. There we go. Fritic, hello, hello. Will this plugin be compatible with the use of a sequence of animation trailer, for example? In any case, plugin looks really cool. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Does the sequencer trigger begin play functions? And do actors tick during sequencer? Because I know that the Niagara side of it should work. Sequencer was like, play in editor? Okay, okay. So it should work. It's a very good question. Because I can see how it would be really useful for like trailers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there shouldn't be anything stopping it from working. If all of the actors can have active components in sequencer, so, you know, the actor can still send through where it needs to draw stuff. If the Niagara particles can, or the Niagara system can run during play in editor, and yeah, as long as they're able to tick, then, well, as long as the manager is able to tick, then it should be fine. Someone's gonna make Asset Flip Leaf Blower game, sell it for more than your add-on? Hell yeah! Hell yeah. Well, okay, so the thing about doing a Leaf Blower game, and I've thought about this, these are all GPU particles. So you can't necessarily... Yeah, like, there's no real way to be like, oh, are they all off the path? You know? Because, they're not real. You could maybe do... There would surely be some nice ways to do callbacks. Like, maybe you could do... You could get all the particles in like a you know, a grid, and then calculate a value for how full each, you know, really large grid square is, and just send that data back to the CPU. And you could send it, you know, like a deferred send. So send it of the next, well, to the next frame. So it would always be a frame behind, but that doesn't really matter. Or you could just do it periodically, even. Because, like, yeah, because what you could say is, for each particle... Actually, no, okay, here's a way you could do it, right? GPU-wise. So if you could define the, you know, the driveway on the GPU, so just with like a runtime virtual texture maybe, and then for each particle, sample the runtime virtual texture, get the, get the value and add that to a value, like a global value on the emitter. So then... Yeah, and so then add it up and then divide that by the number of particles. So then it would essentially be which percentage of the particles are on the driveway. Then you could just send that one value back to the CPU. Yeah, and that would only incur one extra instruction per particle as it loops over all the particles and updates their, you know, their velocity and their position and their rotation and all that stuff. Although I'm not sure, because they'd all be getting parallelized. I don't know if they can add to a variable, like you know, an emitter stage variable. Like if particles can write to an emitter, you know, global variable. I'm not sure if that's even possible, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about Pressure Washer Simulator. I don't know if it uses runtime vertex paint or if it uses render targets. With runtime vertex paint, it would be super easy because, like, with the plugin, with that runtime vertex paint plugin, it can get the resulting percentage of a mesh that is covered, or that is, you know, that is a certain vertex color. So that would be my way of doing it. So it would essentially just be like, yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, the mesh is dense AF. You could split it into lots of smaller meshes, so that if the, you know, if this section here is like 200 verts, then it's like, it's quite dense. And when you're painting it, you're only painting, you know, you're only looping over those 100 verts to then clean them. And then, you know, when you move on to this tile, maybe you're doing like 400 verts for a little bit, but then when you're just on this one, do you know what I mean? I mean, even like 1,000 verts is kind of nothing. You're asking about the collision. How leaves handle collision is just... Yeah, it's just distance fields. Yep. Just DFs. But we can fake the collision with the character because where you can see the color underneath the character is what they're actually getting affected by. They're not actually colliding with the character. That's the nice thing about my plugin, you know? Pew. Pew, pew. Man, this should just be the game. Elmarath, my plugin just got rejected from UE Marketplace without any notes. Interesting. That's weird. What was the plugin? You mean like the plugin demo? I can just send you the zip folder if you want. Like the plugin folder, because it's only like 40 megabytes. Whereas when I package it, it's a fucking gigabyte for some reason. Which I don't understand. Surely, let me just double check the package. Probably starter content. But it shouldn't be, it should only be packing things that are in this level, right? List of maps to include in package build. Prismatiscape test map. That's it. Just it. Using mobile build size. Georgie. Hell yeah. Multiple ways to reduce the build size, but on mobile phone, show you how I managed to reduce the time I enter a game from this to this. Cool, okay. Set build configuration to shipping and enable for distribution. Project build. Project has code. Build configuration shipping. I think I did that. Build configuration shipping. I did change that up here, but maybe this will help it. Oops. What was the other thing? Build. Can exclude some unused editor assets and compress the required ones like this. Create compressed cooked packages. Exclude editor content when cooking. Cooking. Create compressed cooked packages. Yes. Exclude editor content when cooking. Don't include content in any editor folders when cooking. This can cause issues with missing content in cooked games if the content is being used. Exclude editor content. Okay. It's fine. I guess we'll see. Oh, the for distribution. Yeah. Let me, where was that one? Full rebuild for distribution. That's alright. For distribution. Yes. And what was the other? Full rebuild? Yeah, that's already ticked. Can also enable sharing material shader code and use of shared material native libraries, which will slightly reduce the size. Share material shader code. Share material shader code. Yep, that's already ticked. If you're not using moving point lights, set max movable point lights to 0. This will slightly reduce the size of the shaders, hence the build size. Fair. Disabling plugins. Likely your project contains unused plugins that are enabled by default. I recommend going to the plugins tab, disable the ones you don't need. Yeah, so I think this is where a lot is coming from. You know? Because I did see it going through, yeah, like plugins and that kind of shit. Excluding packaged assets, you can also remove unused assets that are packaged with your game but are never used. The following example is relevant for Windows 64. First, you need to figure out which assets you need to exclude. To do this, you'll need to open the main.obb.png files. There's an archive located assets folder. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Would you say with the plugins already? No. But Let me do another cook and just see which ones pop up. Not try doing that as too big. We can mess with the paint. Yeah. Irenaeus, after releasing the plugin, you're gonna work on your game? Yes. I actually worked on the game for a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks last week, or a few weeks ago. But yes, we're gonna be doing Prismatica after this is all wrapped up. Selling the plugin on Gumroad, just make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Yes, I will be selling it on the Marketplace later. Probably in like 2 or 3 weeks once I've released all the documentation, like edited all the doc videos and all that kind of stuff. So then I can submit that along with it. But Gumroad is kind of based, so I know that I prefer Gumroad over the Unreal Marketplace. Also, it's it can either go in the engine plugins folder, or you can put it in your own plugins folder. Or you could even put it in your content folder if you wanted. Technically. Yeah. But I'd put it in your projects plugin folder. And it should just work, like, out of the box. Although you've got to make sure that virtual texturing is enabled and that the Niagara Fluids plugin is enabled before you open it and stuff. Yeah. Who's this noob? Can I get a Pog and a Champ? Alright, what am I doing now? Right, packaging. So we go to platforms, Windows, use project settings, which is shipping, Windows, package project. I can't use it directly. This can be used to install and run. We'll delete this one. Plugin packages, select folder. Right, so that's doing its thing. Let's look at the log. The log. Where are we? Here. Wait, are you doing it? Windowed. Blah blah blah. Using the shit. Cleaning temp pass. Whatever. Okay, so it's compiling some C++ stuff. Yeah, function library, that's fair enough. Whatever. It's compiling some plugins. Specifically. So, let's see. Yeah. I mean, none of them are that big, but I guess they'd all add up. Can I get Paint open? Jesus. Cool. Go back. Cool. Skipping load of blueprint subsystems. As a registry, blah blah blah. Mount point added. Heaps of shit. Geometry script, blah blah blah. Chaos Niagara, fucking... Okay. Is there a way to just exclude plugins from the package, but not disable them? Do you know what I mean? And then there's some audio files. Or meta sounds. I don't think they're the actual audio files. Yeah, weapon bush meta sound. Document version v blah 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 to that. What does that even mean? Look in the package settings. Yeah. Like, shouldn't it be able to tell that nothing is using those plugins in the level? It's like if I go to Z, go to plugin packages, and then go here. I mean, it's 400 megabytes now. That's better than 700, which is better than 1.3 gigabytes. So it is getting smaller. Heard meta sound. Well, I don't think that I don't know. I don't know if it's including the meta sounds in it, but I don't know. Can I just go? Where's like package settings? Use to store. Use enter store. Blah blah blah. Chunk hard references only. Only disable helps? Yeah. It's so annoying. Cook only maps? This only affects the cook all flag? Can't see if it's got a soft ref. Yeah. Cook only maps. This only affects the cook all flag. Let's have a geese. Hold on. Cook everything in the content directory. This means that if you have an asset that's not referenced by any others, it will still end up in the cook. From this, it follows that the list of maps to be cooked is simply all of them, even if they're not in any other inis. Cook maps only. This setting has an effect only if cook all is set. If it's true, cook all does not actually cook every asset, just all maps and blah blah blah. The stuff that's in them. Right, so cook all is turned off. Cook all. Cook everything in the project, blah blah blah. Yeah. Okay. Right, where's like packaging stuff? Packaging. Hello. And I guess I'll just have to disable those plugins that were referenced. I mean, but that's just... I don't know. Fuck it. Yeah, whatever. Right, save all. Plugins. I want to fucking die. I mean, 400 megabytes isn't bad. Replicate object would be nothing. I guess Kawaii... No, because Kawaii Physics is what? Like... Show me the file size. Can I view in... Like, you know, this is... Okay, well, that's 50 megabytes. Maybe that is something. Kawaii Physics, 200 and... Okay, maybe it is these. Interesting. We'll just turn it off. Wait, no, let's keep it on. And then I will commit. Git. Fucking... There's bash. Git add dash A. Git commit dash M. Git commit dash M. Packaging test. Packaging demo map for Prismatiscape. Not Rismatiscape. Prismatiscape. Close quotation. No, saving a feature to exclude certain plugins. Yeah, for sure, for sure. You can transfer the plugin license from Gumroad to Unreal Marketplace. No. I mean, like, I could. Sorry, I'm just getting my cushion. Right. Yeah, I could do it manually. Like I could just give you an Unreal key, but there's nothing stopping you from giving that key to someone else and essentially, like, double dipping, if that makes sense. So, like, while I wouldn't mind for, like, patrons and, you know, regulars and stuff, if you want it on the marketplace, you'll just have to wait a couple of weeks until it gets up there. Make a plugin for disabling plugins? That would actually be Pog. That would be based. What's Kawaii Physics? It's a it's a jiggle physics plugin. No, it's I mean, it's a jiggle physics plugin, but it's for like hair and clothes and stuff. You know what I mean? Trust me, bro. Please believe me. Christian, try the plugin. For some reason, the materials are black and the water ripples aren't showing. Do you know if I need to enable something? Yes, you need to enable virtual texturing and also the Niagara Fluids plugin before you put the plugin in the folder and stuff. It's in the installation guide, I believe. Here we go. Installation. Ensure Niagara Fluids is turned on in your project. Ensure enable virtual texturing is ticked. And then put the Prismatiscape in the folder. Oh, that should be plugins space folder. Not plugins space. There we go. There we go. Yeah, so maybe try that and see if it works again. If not, we can have a deeper look and see if something's going wrong. Okay, so replicated object, bam. Blueprint subsystems, bam. Rank utilities, bam. Smooth sync, bam. Kawaii physics. Bam. That's it. Restart editor. I just need to make sure to remember to turn them all back on before I go back into Prismatica stuff. Oh, I could just revert my Git to the last commit. So if I now package and it's smaller, then thumbs up. Then everyone can try out this test level. Which is kind of pog. Oh, you son of a fucking dog. Pris, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. That shouldn't actually affect anything here. Yeah, good. Thank God. Okay, so now if I move... Nah, if I do if I just revert my commit, then we're fine. Because I'm pretty sure that would revert the plugin list. Possibly. All right, let's Fighting Love. Let's package project. Off it go. All right, let's delete that. Plugin packages, select folder. Now we'll just wait for that to do its thing. How is everyone? How's everyone doing? Wait for the loud buzzer fail compilation. It could, because those blueprints won't compile, and maybe it's trying to add them in and stuff, you know? Let me just look at the log. Look at the glog. It looks fine. No red. Nothing bad yet. Oh, here we go. Starting. Log tile platform manager. Mission reduction. Blah, 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 blah. That's fine. It's chill. It's chill. Oh, we got some red. Oh, fuck, brother. It should technically still run. God damn it. None of this is referenced though. You know? You know what I mean? Alright, what are the red ones? Let's go up to the... Oh, fucking hell. Let's go up to the red stuff. Properties associated with item actor ref could not be found in core characters, character component, action component, attack component, blah, 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 blah. Well, yeah, no fucking duh. Why is it trying to package all that extra shit, you know? Like, when I hit play, what... Well, now it's... Alright, we go back. We git bash here. We git stash. We go back in. Have a AAA progress Friday night. Hell yeah. Hardref.cast? No, there shouldn't be any in the code. Like not in this, in the test level, you know? Right, so everything's back to normal. Thank fucking God for Git. Also been in packaging limbo for a metahuman project. 2 of the grooms refuse to behave. The bindings keep breaking when packaging. Ugh. See, that sounds like like really not fun because it's like, why does it work in editor, but then it breaks when packaging? I think someone else was having an issue like that. But I can't remember specifically what it was, but it sounds like a nightmare. Metascape reference viewer. So this side is things that are referencing Prismatascape stuff. So that shouldn't matter at all. Like none of that needs to get packaged in. These are all references that are referencing our stuff, right? Or will it cause... No, it shouldn't. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, I lost all my chat. There you go. White line means hard ref. Yeah, but it's a reference this way. Like it's these things are referencing. So this is the entire Prismatascape folder. So everything in the folder. And this is just saying, like for example, the Prismatica jump component is referencing, you know, the manager actor, by doing like a, or like it's referencing the struct or something that's used in there, if that makes sense. These ones are all fine because these are all Prismatascape things that are just referencing other Prismatascape things. I don't know what all these are. But yeah. Could be the thing of don't compile editor folders that made it an issue. Possibly, I don't know. Ticking, enable virtual texturing, fix the black material as the water ripples. Awesome, awesome. I'm trying to think why... Oh, you know, that makes sense, because if the materials were using the sample runtime virtual texture node, then they'd be returning an error. Yeah. Sounds kind of hard to notice. Like, yeah, I'm going to work on the sand a bit, like sand and mud and stuff a bit in the next update. It's mainly because of the... If you set the resolution to be higher, so if you go to your manager, Prismatascape manager, or, you know, your child version of it, you can set the surface resolution to be higher. It's 512 by default. And you can also set the input resolution to be higher as well. But that will increase the cost overall of drawing stuff. It could also be that just the feet are, like, too thin. Maybe? Maybe the feet are too thin. I mean, the feet aren't very long. That capsule should probably end at the tippy tips of the feet. But yeah, there are ways to sort of do it. Can this plugin be used in a bigger map with bigger ocean? Yes. So if you notice in here, so we'll just look at the wind, for example. The render target follows the camera or follows the player, or you know, whatever you want it to follow, essentially. So the level can be infinitely big, and the interactions they'll be wherever you are. They are limited by distance, so if you're looking like really, really far away, then you won't see any interaction unless you did something kind of funky, like let's say you're looking through a telescope and you were looking at a boat like way off in the distance. You could set the render targets and stuff to follow that boat instead of you, and then you could see interactions around the thing that you were looking at. Or you could do like a line trace from your scope or something. It'd be a little bit funky to play around with, but yeah. But essentially, yes, it's an infinite extent, but you can only see it around you. And you can also adjust the size of the simulation. So if you go to the manager, or your child of the manager, you can go to the simulation size, and you can set that to be, it's 40 meters by default. If you make it smaller, then the resolution will be better. So like now that it's really small, then the sand is like super detailed, you know? But it will disappear really quickly around you. You know, if I increase the render target size, this means I can increase the view distance of ripples and stuff, kind of like having them persist at some extent. Yeah, exactly. But if you make it bigger, then the resolution gets smaller. So, you know, if I set the size to be 20,000 units, so 200 meters, so 100 meters around the character, then you'll see that it kind of like it gets all blocky, like they're really big cells, if that makes sense. So like the water will be really, like this is what the water ripples look like at this low resolution. They're very blocky looking. Now, of course, you could also increase the water resolution. You could maybe try running the water at like 2K resolution, but it's going to get more and more expensive the higher the resolution goes. So with the water at 2K, then, you know, the ripples look better than before. But if we look at stat GPU, you can see that our Niagara simulation is 2.5 milliseconds, which is very... I mean, honestly, 2.5 milliseconds, if you're aiming for 60 FPS, is fine. But, you know, if we take it back to all the default settings, so just 512, and, I mean, the size doesn't actually matter. The size doesn't decrease or increase performance at all. Except, I mean, it technically means that more, like any object that is assigned to draw, if it's in that range, will draw to the render target. So I guess it can sort of affect it in some ways. But yeah, you can see by just putting the water back to 512, we're at 0.5 millisecond for the entire system, So 0.5 milliseconds for like an entire character, not just the feet. With all of the wind, with all of the puddles, like, you know, with the sand, with the foliage, like that's only taking half a millisecond to do all of that. So, including all the balls as well. So that's the main reason that it's limited to 20 meters around you. You can see it disappear off the corner of my screen because I've got it set to be a circular fade. And I'm also using an ultra wide, but yeah. So, oh wait, this is still at a high resolution. Hold on. We can go cheaper. Oh no, that's good. Never mind. So yeah, I hope that kind of answered questions. I'll do a video, actually a separate video about optimizing and what all of the settings kind of do. I don't know what performance is like for gameplay, but personally I can't wait to crank all of this up for cinematics. True. Yeah, someone before was asking if it works in sequencer. If anyone in the chat uses sequencer and wants to test out if it works, I'll send you the zip folder. So you can have it for free if you want to test. If you want to be the you know, the sequencer tester, then I'll happily give out a free copy. Fuck, it runs so well. Oh my god. Niagara's fucking busted. Right, now what was I... Prismatic content. Yeah, so I wonder if it is those plugins that are getting packaged along with it. Because it was all of these... Well, no, see, I don't know if those plugins were getting packaged with it, or if it was just compiling those plugins before it did a package. If that makes sense, you know? Because, like, yeah, it obviously has to compile all C++, but then maybe it chooses to exclude them and blah, blah, blah. So, I don't know, maybe it is, like, the references, like, jump component, landing component. But they're soft references. Right? So this all should be fine. What else have we got? Just Prismatic game, Prismatica, decal videos, test decal. Huh? Why are you... What? Yeah, fuck it. Let me just delete the decal videos because they've already been filmed. Yeet. Can migrate the level to another empty... yeah, why the... fucking hell. Why didn't I think of that? So fucking dumb. Did we with the test map on Windows? Seems like the water ripples are working, but the foliage isn't moving. Interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, why did I... Yeah. All right, hold on. Let's just do one more package from here. But yeah, like just having an empty level, empty game with just the plugin, and then just packaging that level from that empty project, because then there's no way that any external references could be used. That's big brain. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I mean, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed I didn't think of that. Because I do that, like I've moved it to other projects to make sure that it doesn't have any external references. To like make sure that it works as a plugin. You should be? Yeah. I'm ashamed of myself. What the fuck is that? Pepe sword. That's funny. Yo, it's the Hamas. Was that you, Adam, that put that there? Oh, no. Who put the little Noita spider? Do I have all of the, Where's Noita? Yo. Yo. Yeah, hell fucking yeah. Oh, here we go. Alright, package complete. We'll just save that and yeet it. Here. This one. That one. That one. No, back. This one. Yeah, 400 megabytes. Can I look through the... I mean, okay, let's just open this up and see if it all works. Why does the resolution look so shit? It looks like it's rendering at half res. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, champ. And where are the... Oh, the debug cylinders don't show up in here. Because it's not... It's excluding the editor, blah, blah, blah. That's why I'm not getting the debug cylinders. That's kind of sad. Sag moment. Alright, cool. Everything seems to work, so... Is it probably scalable? Yeah, potential. Yeah, why his shoulders do that? When he's leaning. Ah, it's the weird additive. It's fine, doesn't matter. No one's looking at the character. Should I do a shipping build? That's what this was, yeah. It did reduce the size, but... Yeah, I'll put it in a new project and go from there. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. The foliage does work in the build. But yeah, I'll put it in a new project and we'll package it from there and see if there's any weirdness. I can't... How do I quit? Fuck, I have to... Alt Escape. Oh no, no. Alt F4. Yeah, nice. Engine Prismatica. Big numbers. Binaries. Content. Packs. Windows. Can I open a 200 megabytes? Yeah, okay. So I'll do it in the Epic Games. Epic Epic Games Launcher. Fucking hell. Did you guys get all the new free for the month assets? There's actually some bangers this month. Some true bangers. Are you gonna load? You gonna fucking load the marketplace? Fucking piece of garbage shit. What the fuck? Alright. Free for the month. Here we go. Let's check it. Let's check it. Gathering resources, boring. Cemetery, good. Good. Fantasy Bundle Environment Kit, also very good. Clouds and Skies. Probably good, yeah. Line of Sight Dynamic Mesh. I mean, yeah, okay. Fair enough. God, something as simple as that for $60. It's just a bunch of line traces and then use that to make a mesh. I mean, I guess. $60 though? I mean, I guess if you... I don't know. Some people. Some people, though. But you can get the Prismatascape interaction plugin for, like, $29.99, you know what I'm saying? Man, fuck, maybe I should have increased the price. Fuck, maybe I should have... Nah. Nah. No regrets. There's a plugin that calls one line of code and costs $10. Hell yeah. Yeah, I can't wait to harvest this one. This will be a lot of fun to tear apart. Although I don't like that... it's got some 3 by... like 3 meters. Where's the edit button, but the actual logic's calling one function. God damn. Looks nice. Yeah. Anyway, I want to do... I could just put it in one of the asset pack ones, right? Yeah, let's just put it in Medieval Tavern. Oh, how big is a new project? Can I be bothered making one? Not really. Plugins, Prismatascape, copy. Z. Asset packs. Medieval Tavern. Plugins, Prismatascape, delete, paste, Prismatascape. Bam. Now open Medieval Tavern. And I'll have to just disable Lumen and Nanite and all that shit. Alright, all plugins, Prismatascape, go to the test level. Shader model 6 is required to use nanite assets. How about you fuck off? Preparing shaders, cool, everything works. Everything's fine, yep. Sweet. Oh, the ripples are going really fast because I'm doing that thing where we manually set a target FPS rather than using delta time. But I'm not sure I actually need that anymore, because I think we solved the water stability stuff. Because the water used to get really fucky when you would... Like, if I minimize and... Oh, no, it still does. Okay. Yeah, so basically the reason the water needs to have a set update delta is... Well, this. Basically, any fluctuations in the frame rate cause it to, like, absolutely fucking die. So... Yeah. Water simulation. Let's put you back in there. But I'm pretty sure if I set the target FPS to be 120, then it should be fine like this. Stat FPS, 120 FPS. Yeah, so everything's kind of fine now. I don't know if it will do heaps of tiny micro ripples like it used to. No, that's fine. I guess we'll find out. No, that looks pretty decent. Noita's great. Yeah, Noita's fantastic. For my first ever run, I've never gone further than that. Nice. A solid hour. 1 whole hour. Jesus. That's extreme. And it's good fun, gives you powerful starting gear, makes the game harder fun for a mess around. Yeah. Yeah. I've done a no wands run before, where you beat the game without using a wand. You only use, like, flasks and kicking objects around and the environment, which was heaps of fun. It took me, like, over 100 attempts to do it. Hello? What's wrong with this? Texture sample missing input texture. You son of a... Yeah, of course you are. Don't I have the dirt normals? Prismatiscape dirt normals? No, I don't. Ah, I see. Fuck it, I'll just do this, but a different tiling? What's that UV's coming from, though? From that. Which is a different tiling, yeah, okay. Alright, so let's just see what happens if we... Any reason this wouldn't work in VR? No. I think it should work fine in VR, actually. Yeah. Shib Macabre, hello, hello. How's it going? Nanite off. Okay. I think all the settings are good. I mean, there's motion blur, but I don't know. Fuck it. So, if we go to Windows... No, go to Edit Project Settings, and we go to Maps. Default game map, Prismatascape test map. And we go to package. Look at list of maps to include in package build. No, fuck off. Let me do the thing. There we go. Medieval Tavern, plugins, Prismatascape, content, test map, UMap. Bam. And then, what were the other settings? Just like package... Well, no, there's just packaging. Packaging. Build configuration. Shipping. But that won't have the debug. I think debug game is probably what we want, right? So it's game, but it... You know, I'll fucking do it anyway. Full rebuild, yes, for distribution. If enable distribution build will create shipping configurations will be used. If disabled, the development build will be created. Distribution builds are for publishing to the App Store. We do... you know what? Fuck it. We'll just see what happens. So if we now Windows package project, we go to the plugin packages, we delete that one, we select this folder, we say yes, then maybe it works. So jump right in, is live on AGS now, pushing through Patreon. It's on Gumroad at the moment. I can share it to you through the chat if anyone else wants to pick it up. It will be on the Epic Game Store in like a couple of weeks or a few weeks from now, depending on if they reject it or not. I don't know why they would, but, you know. Because it's so fucking good, you know what I'm saying? But you should make sure the font... Yeah, that's true, that's true. I'll see what the size of this is and whether it has the debug shapes or not. Also, do packaged builds get capped at 120 FPS? Or do they... Are they unlimited? Was there some deal for Patreon or something? Yeah, so if the lifetime... Basically, whatever the Patreon lifetime contribution has been, you get as a discount. So if you've contributed more than $29.99 to the Patreon, then I'll just give it to you for free. Although I need to figure out how I'm doing that. Like, how do I... Because, like, I can just send the zip folder to everyone, but then when I release an update, I've got to send the zip folder with the update to everyone, and it's a bit of a mess. So I need to figure out what Gumroads, like if they can do a discount, a one-time discount code or something. Like a one-time 100% off thing. That would be what I'd do. And then I know for Epic Game Store, they already have you can do like redemption codes. So I can just generate a bunch of codes and use that to patronize. Been out for like 3 months. Hell yeah, perfect. Perfect. Alright, this is packaging, it seems. Google Drive where you add everyone who qualifies. Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of. That could work. What a glorious beard. Thank you. I'm going to shave it off as soon as this plugin's documentation is fully filmed and edited and uploaded. Because I haven't shaved since I started working on this plugin. That's what this represents. And being smooth shaven it'll be like freedom, you know? Freedom from having this beard that makes my face feel numb all the time. Alright, is this actually packaging or not? Stream lagging for everyone else right now? Yeah, I think it's because I'm packaging. Because I'm packaging game. And it doesn't like it. I'll be right back. Yeah. Wait for this to finish.
All right, I'm back. I'm back.
Trim beard, towel, wine jar. True. I could towel up. My towel's just hanging up on my light, like the counterweight of my light. All right, so this build was successful, apparently. Let's check the size. Let's check the damage. All right, what are we looking at? 278 megabytes. Not bad, not bad. 278 for a 50 megabyte plugin. Not bad. I feel like it's not going to get smaller than that. Right? Well, actually, no. The plugin folder is 100 megabytes. It's just when it's compressed, it's 44 megabytes. So maybe that's as good as we get. 250 megabyte. Oh, well, actually, no. And then when I compress that, wherever the fucking thing is, extra space, plugin packages. It's called Medieval Tavern.exe. Oh, fuck. Can I change the name of... you know what? Fuck it. I'll... Anyway, once I... Prismatascape test level. Prismatascape demo level. There. And then just compress, you send to Zippy Boy. Okay, so 200 megabytes, not too bad. I think that's reasonable for a test level. So then if I open up medievaltavern.exe, plugin Prismatascape failed to load because module Prismatascape could not be found. Please ensure the plugin is properly installed. Otherwise, consider disabling the plugin for this project. Huh? Wait, is that because I renamed it to Windows? Renamed it from Windows? Huh? Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean it didn't package the Prismatascape plugin? Otherwise, it wouldn't fucking be here. I was looking at a bunch of warnings related to some ALS animations, also using an RVT. Related to ALS animation. So the animation should be fine. Using an RVT. Oh, I think I know what that RVT is, actually. I fixed it. It's in the leaves. In one of the add render target velocity, one of them was referencing the old RVT, like the Prismatica one, not the Prismatascape one. Materials, landscape, height. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's been fixed. I'll push an update soon. Like in the next couple of days that can fix that. I guess I could just put a note saying just go into the test leaves doodad and change the render target, the RVT here to the correct one. Now I want to figure out why. Why? Grounded normal. Yeah, that's another one that I've fixed. Limb physics struct. Interesting. That must be an old reference. Physics control for. It's for. What's it called? If you press R, then the character falls over. But it shouldn't be actually using the physics control. Because it doesn't actually thingo. It doesn't actually do physics, like animated physics. Artifacts, global parameters, NPC player location. Trying to think what would be using that. That's an interesting one, actually. What would be using my player location? Hold on, let me... Because that's why I've got this one, the Prismatiscape one. Does these warnings show up? Yeah. No, that's good. That's good stuff to know. For sure. Let me try another build of this thing. Let me just write them down. So we've got this one. We've got this one, which is just a cleanup job. This one I know about. Dirt, texture in sand example. This one here is RVT in leaf example. And then the ALS animations, I feel like they are... Oh, no, I do know what those would be. Those would be broken references from this. There used to be a bunch of extra... Yeah, see, I don't even use that. Wait, no, yes, I do. PS Pris Physics... Okay, no, I do use that one. Yeah, so there used to be a bunch of old variables because I just copy-pasted my... my thingo. My animation blueprint and then cut stuff out, but I forgot to get rid of all of the variables, so they would have had they would have had references to all of the old locomotion animations. So yeah, they should be fixed now. So those are called items, pris item object. Yeah, that would also be from the animation blueprint, because it would have had what is the held item in each hand, and it would have been pulling animations from them. So that should be fixed also. Hopefully. I mean, I can check it when I package this one, actually. So that's as shipping. Build target for rebuild, for distribution. We do have Nice. Thanks for help before. I got the material working. Used lerp of a brown color instead of the hue shift, and it worked great. Oh, nice, nice. I'm using black and white textures, dude. Good too. Yeah, yep. Yeah, awesome, awesome. I'm glad you got it chugging along. All right, let's just put the character back over here. All right, if I now package... Wait, I already... You know, let's look at the output log. Da-da-da-da-da. Virtualize, blah, 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 blah. Show me some warnings. Hey, nice. Why did they get excluded? Package complete. So what's this trying to tell me? Content example. Asset log. Plugins, Prismatic content. Example character, Pris physics control component. Failed to load package for import. Prismatic animations. Place. Holder falling. Ah, yeah, so those would be the ALS. So where's that in? Pris physics control component. And then also some... Yeah. Okay, well, they're pretty easy. Animations... More animation stuff. Yeah, it's fine. I feel like they're all just dead references, you know? Use a plugin now. My character does use Skelly merge, but I guess the component gets the Skelly mesh at begin play. Good question. Yeah, okay, so you'll just need to... Sorry, let me just test if this works. Where is it? Plugin packages. This one. Let me just exit out of this first. Alright, so we go here. What do you mean? Plugin Prismatic failed to load because module Prismatic could not be found. Please ensure the plug. Oh, I might have to do a... generate project files. No, it doesn't have any source code. It needs to blah, blah, blah. Fuck it, I'll just do it from... Anyway, Elmarath, let me show you the thing. However, usually when you do mesh merging, rather than adding a new scaly mesh, you can just set the new scaly mesh on the scaly mesh component. So you can do actor blah blah blah. Let's just get component by class. Oh. So let's just get skeletal mesh component. So this is like skeletal mesh component is like the container for a skeletal mesh on a, you know, on an actor, and you can then set scaly mesh asset as the new thingo. So you can do merge it. So merge meshes, blah, blah, blah. And then that can go into there. And that should keep the same scaly mesh component. And then, so it shouldn't break the reference. But if you do need to reset the thing, just get the, if you're using the character one, get the Pris deform character component, and then just set skeletal mesh. There we go. So set whatever the, wait, hold on. Ah, there's no fucking override, is there? Okay, just set the variable as the, that one. Set that as the new target for that component. I should have made that clearer with the, because this is just the one that gets done on begin play, and it will just look for scaly mesh, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, just set the variable. I should have done this so that this passes in the variable, and then on begin play, it would do that stuff. Catty, what are you doing? It also might be breaking if the bone names aren't the same or something. I don't know. Maybe. Naughty. Excuse me, cat. Excuse me. What are you doing? Not up there, please. Come here. Yeah. Saka, how's it going? Yeah. Quick. Not there. Stop it. Come here. Come here, big girl. Don't step on the keyboard. Thank you. There you go. Put your butt away, please. Put your butt away. Good cats. We're gonna do a beautiful immaculate grass video again. I'm working on the documentation for it, which I've filmed all of. I just need to edit it all together, which is fun, and then I'll actually like publish one of the videos on my YouTube, and so then people can start dicking around with the plugin. I mean, a lot of people have already bought the plugin, even though I haven't actually posted anything about it yet. Just from like watching the or reading the stream title, and just noticing the new Prismatiscape section in the Discord, I guess. It's kind of weird, but yeah. Yeah, we're still ironing out a few kinks. I'm trying to get a package of the oh, naughty cat. I'm trying to get a package of the test level that's like small enough that people can just download it and play it, and you know. But I can't seem to get it to work proper. Right, let me change all those things. What was the other thing? These ones. These fellas. Hello. I think I changed them. Yeah, I have changed them. Cool. Everything should be fine now. Oh, actually, no, I wonder what the NPC player location is. Let's actually go to plugins, Prismatiscape. Let me just fix up redirectors and then reference viewer. And then see. Where is... Can I expand? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Nice. Uh-huh. Well. So a lot of these are just engine thingos. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Didn't work, unfortunately. All the character capsules are grey, no matter the velocity. But the capsules are there. That's something. Wonder what it could be. Oh, wait, what's a purple... What's a purple reference mean? Why are these being referenced? Oh, fuck. There's so much stuff. Oh my god. Okay, let's figure this out. So if we go to the components, we go to the character components. Here we go. And we get capsules, blah, 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 blah. So we're getting Skelly Mesh. We're getting the bone name. Getting linear velocity. Target is Skelly Mesh component. Now this is a... Yeah, that's an engine function. So it must be that this isn't working for you for some reason. Why would that be? Because if the capsules are being drawn, then it means that all of the names are correct. But it just means that we can't get the velocity from them for some reason. Are all of the capsules in the correct place? Except for maybe one that's called, like, hair root. Like, there might be just one in the middle that is grey. They're in the crew. Okay. That's good. What could be making it do that? That's very weird. Can you go into the plugin folder and go to the character component one and just do like a print string on get linear bone velocity and just put that into here. Because, yeah, some of them should be 0 because of the balls. Like, the balls are... Well, actually, no. Wait. Why are some of them 0? Because that's only for characters, right? So which ones are 0? I guess we find out by doing... Maybe I've cocked something up. Yeah, no, it is that. Ball R, ball L. Ball R, ball L. And hair root. Hilton 0 after Skelly merge. Gotcha. Fuck. What a... Try resetting the physics asset after Skelly merge. So just when you do Skelly merge, after that, just do set physics asset. And then, whatchamacall? Because maybe it's getting it. Yeah, does that make sense? Calf, foot, hair, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's likely getting these velocities from the physics asset, and when you merge and you scaly mesh, I think it clears the physics asset. At least that's something that has happened to me where I set the new scaly component, but then when I try and ragdoll, it did a weird thing where it would T-pose and they would spin around really fast and go up into the air. So it could, yeah, that would make sense because ball and hair root don't have physics bodies on my character. Which means that I would want to do something like... I think we're cooking here. Which means that I would want to, if velocity is 0, then don't set a new thing, just use the previous one. But if false, then do this and continue on. Like that. Yeah, I'm 90% sure that's what's happening. Every single his body you turn on. Hell yeah! Fucking giga brain right here. I'm glad that we came across that one. Like for real. Noise boys. That's right. So let's print the... Let's append velocity. Current velocity into here. And then the name from here. So now our balls... Oh, that would explain why the footprints look like shit. Also, why am I not getting printing? Right, because I'm not... Because I'm just dumb as fuck. Let's combine these over here. Zoop. So then we can just slurp that in there. Alright. Yep, so now the balls and the hair root. Oh no, the hair root doesn't. Why would the hair root still be 0 if the head or the neck is not 0? Is it because it doesn't exist? Shouldn't it be... Do you have OSR music playlists or just some random compilations? It's the entire OSRS soundtrack. Or at least 450 of them. I still need to go through the last 150 because I only have the chill ones, so there's only actually about 300 in here because some of them are like boss music. But it's just the MIDI files. And I'm just playing it through Windows Media Player, so it's just using the stock Windows MIDI sounds, which is what it originally sounded like. So this would be getting Bone Chain's head, Bone Name's root to tip, head, hair, root. So this would head and hair root from here, Bone Name's root to tip. And that would get 0. So do that +1. Oh. Do I need to do... I should probably set that as well, right? Previous... Because then it's going to... Wait, hold on. So we get the first one. Then... And just set some stuff. I should... Rather than call that twice, I should probably do it so that it's like, if this equals 0, then set the current and previous. You know what I mean? Because we loop through this, get that +1, to then get the current, and then we do previous to current, previous to current. No, so we're always looking ahead. So wait, why does it work on the feet, but not on the head one? Because the feet are just 2 bones, foot to ball, and the head is just head to hair root. So I probably don't want to do a for each loop. I probably want to do a get length or get last index and just do a for loop. And do this. Because then we're just going to go out of bounds like that. Whereas this would not even have to do that check. Right? 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 Fuck. Which means that that wouldn't have to do the +1. Oh no, but then... then we're getting... okay, you know what? Let's not fuck around with it too much. Which is the plugin provided your simple grass win instead of that gross one? True. True, true, true. I could... I don't even know if I have the one from that video anymore. I might add something in one of the new versions. So wait, what's this? This is getting the original scale. Oh, because we... Right. Radius from here to there. I mean, I could do that if I set them as previous radius, blah, blah, blah. I'll optimize that later. It doesn't matter too much. I just don't know why the head isn't... I mean, why the head is, but the... Yeah, hair root. 0. Wait, where is head? I don't even see head anywhere. Yeah, there is... It's not drawing the head. That's wacky. I'm gonna figure this out. So it would be because the head is the very first one. So it's getting the bone profiles, finding the active profile, getting all the bone chain names, using each of those bone chains names to find the bone chain data, which is then bone names root to tip getting head, which is 0. Getting the socket location, setting that as a previous position, getting the velocity, setting that as the previous velocity, then it's getting the radius, blah, blah, blah. So that should be... Why wouldn't it be? Bone chains, head, is getting bone name, head. So now we're just going down a rabbit hole. Yeah, head. So these are just the start bones of each one. Does head have a different... What's the head called? Character skeleton. It is called... Head. Very good. Arctic Mule. Don't come to stream very often. Wanted to voice some appreciation. These two were replying to comments on 2+ year old videos in a channel to help folks the kids to go, no, it's big cool. No worries. That's what I do. That's just how the cookie crumble, you know? I do get notifications on when it like every I think most comments I get a notification for. Even if they're on really old videos. I wonder if there's a way to actually get notified for every single comment. Because some of them definitely get left out. Because, like, when I go to answer someone's question, and then I'll see other questions in the comments that haven't been answered. So that is definitely getting head, previous position, previous velocity, blah, blah, blah. So what if I do... What if I do DD mega do? No, if we get the... what's it called? Instead of punching these in, we do some variables called current radius and previous radius. And then we just want to get the current radius, set that as previous radius at the end. So that way we're not just pulling from the array over and over again. We could just save the previous one as a doodad. So then it's just a matter of here getting number 0. Oh god, I feel like I'm gonna break the shit out of this. Then in here, we just get previous to current. Honestly, I could probably do this once. So when I do it in here... Okay, that can just fuck off now. Well, actually, no, I'll keep that because we're going to use it in a sec. Yeah, I could just do this, and when I get current radius, when I set current radius, we do the radius that we pull. So we'll just do it here or something. And that can fuck off. So we're pulling from here. Well, actually, no, from here, but we're going to change that to be a knot for each. So then we don't have to check is valid index. We get that times the actor scale. That is now the current radius. Bam. And then... Can I tidy that up? Come on. Come on, man. Yeet. Nice. You can go there. You can jump up here. There's a little sandwich. Nice. Ooh, I'm hungry now. Right, so that will... Oh, and then I also have to do this. I have to get 0. Does that get a ref or get copy? Let's get copy. We'll just get that and set that as the previous radius. Sweet. Sweet. Can I do this? Whatever. We get the point. So, previous radius, blah, 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 blah. Then it will get the next one. And get the new... Right, yeah, get the current radius. Gotcha. Oh, wait, hold on. We have to do this at the very start. You know what, just fucking eat it. Alright, so that's previous radius, blah, 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 blah. Get the next one. That's now our current radius. And then... Da-da-da-da-da. If the velocity's 0, use the previous one. Then... set all of the shit, which is just the radii. Cool. Then set the current to the previous, current to previous, current to previous, and then loop from here again. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So that should... do something at least now. Don't know if that's going to fix anything, but we can try. Hair root, still nothing. And we're still not getting the head. So why would it be that the head isn't even getting thingoed? Because it's definitely getting done here. Maybe it's something to do with this, because it's like... just getting fucked. Just for loop. No, just for loop. And then get last index. That. First index 1. Then that goes into here. And we don't have to do this check. Can I get a genealogy shout out? Hell fucking yeah. Yeah, how many days in a row is that? Sorasune! Just gave the plugin a big old perk, just super excited to dig into it. Thanks, Charlie. No worries. I hope that you enjoy it. I hope that it adds a lot of value to your project. And I hope it brings joy. It's all about bringing joy. Oh, I know why the head isn't printing, because it's never coming from here. The head is just from this bit. So we would need to do a separate print, basically, that says... Okay, yeah, I'm just dumb as fuck. Well, it still doesn't explain why... No, it does explain it. No, okay, I know what it is now. Yeah. Okay, so because the print is only getting done after this loop, but we set the first one here of every chain, we're not getting anything printed here. So the head is fine. The head is good. So head, blah, 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 bone name, head. So we will see that the head is fine. But because the following bone doesn't have a physics thingo, so its velocity is 0, then when it says don't set anything on the current thing, it's still 0. And so the reason that the feet are working is that because something has gone before the feet chain started, it's using that velocity, which it shouldn't be. So what we want to do, I'll confirm this real quick. All right, let's just see. Okay, we have head. Head is moving. Everything good. What we want to do is actually set the current position and velocity as the previous ones, or just the velocity. The position doesn't matter. We want to set current velocity as whatever the first one in the chain is, and then continue on where it will then get overwritten if it has velocity, if the follow-up has velocity. Right, that was an annoying one. Now I have to tidy that up somehow. What's the reason for your meadow grass RNG vertex color? Something about coordinates? Yeah, it's about the it's the pivot point for. It's set up kind of weird. You can blame Sovereign Dev for that, but the way that it's set up is the pivot point. So here's like the grass. Let's just say this is like the grass from top down. Here's the middle of it, like the object pivot point. And then it basically says, if we get, so like here's all the grass points, the grass blades. And it's essentially saying how many units. So vertex colors can't have negative values. So it's like a it's kind of scuffed because you need to know what the maximum boundary for it is. So basically if you subtract, I think it's like 200 or something, you can essentially know what the offset is from the pivot point, and so the grass gets painted with those values, so that if you subtract 200 and then multiply by 200, then convert local to world space, then it just works. Yeah. It's a bit unconventional, but it does the job. But usually you would be using a UV channel. So, can I mute that ad? There we go. Yeah, usually you'd use a UV channel because a UV coordinate is a float value. So it can have negative and positive values, and it can go above 1. So your UVs can go to like 100 million. Maybe not 100 million. Well, I don't know. So like usually what you'll do is like you've got your grass model, and in Blender you look at it from above so that you see all of the things from above, and you just do a projection and you say, oh yeah, cool, like you can actually just, in the UV editor, be like, yeah, this blade of grass is 50 units to the right and 10 units up, or, you know, in the y-axis from the origin. And this one is 400 units in each and blah, blah, blah. So then you can literally just get that UV channel and apply that offset in the thingo. And the main thing is that you need to collapse them all down into a single point so that they're all, like, all of the grass verts in this blade of grass, they all share this value. So wherever its pivot point is, they all need to have that value in their UV channel. So it's a little bit funky, but if you look up how pivot painting works, it'll kind of explain it. Alright, let's see if this works. Alright, do we have balls? Balls. Balls with velocity. Very good. Right, and we're now... Yeah, we can print to this more now. So now the feet work. Previously, the feet weren't actually working, apparently. Decent. Decent nuts. How do we create our own? It's a good question. Hey, nice. More football schematic. Sorry, the stream must be really behind. My internet is like dying. I might have to call it soon. Not like call the internet, but like call the stream. Okay, that's good then. That's all good. Yep. I really want to tidy that up. Okay, that looks better, at least. Alright, there we go. Bugs fixed. That's all good. Very good, very good. Well, they technically weren't... They were bugs that I caught before anyone else noticed them. I fixed those other... I fixed some of the broken references. Actually, no, they should all be fixed. Let's just see what the build does do. Package project as a fuck it, yeah, as a shipping build. Just yeah, do the thing. Call the internet. Give the internet a piece of your mind. I wish. But if I tried to call the internet, it probably wouldn't even get through. It's that bad. Let me just lower my bitrate real quick. Real quick. Getting winter storm here. I'm trying to hold up either. Damn. That's scary. Yeah, we've been having summer storms. And summer floods. We've been having flooding. And then a house also burnt down. Like, several kilometers away. So it's fucking all over the shop in Australia. Oh. All right, let's see how big it is. Somewhere here. Package. 640 megabytes. Did it get bigger? No. Yeah, no, that's bigger than... Oh, it's got... Oh, fuck's sake. It's got both of them in there. Okay, if I delete this... and then do it again... Okay, there we go. Out of the negative 40-degree wind chills. Fuck. That's fucked up, man. That's proper fucked. It only ever gets like -2 here in Australia. At least in my region. It's nearly 3 a.m. Alright, is it nearly done? Come on. I just want to see. Garvey, hello, hello. How's it going? Apologies for the terrible frame rate. Oh, okay, let's see now. Let's see if it is based. Somewhere... No, it's in my Z drive. Alright, how many megabytes? 420. So then if I compress that... Send to compress zip folder. How big? 322, not bad. Let's just see if it runs. Everything's fine. Yep, does the thing. Oh, I don't have debug commands. It's good enough. Fuck it. I'll just upload this and see. We'll just YOLO it. T toggles the debug shapes. No, it doesn't. Alright, how do I get out of it? Alt F4. Fuck. Alright, I'll upload that to a Google Drive and people can dick around with that. Alright, let's... I'm gonna go to bed. I think. Possibly. I'll edit and upload those videos tomorrow. Hopefully they don't take a million years to upload like the others did. And then once they're all uploaded and ready to go, like just unlisted, then I'll publish the feature overview video, which says plugin is released, download plugin. So then when people do download the plugin, they can go to the Discord and there's all of the how to set it up, how foliage works, how water works, how blah, 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 blah. Water works. Don't Google that. So that should be fine. And then I just have to put out... Actually, I'll put out I'll upload the updated version with those little bug fixes and stuff, or like reference fixes. Before I publish that video, so everyone can get version 1.1 and whatnot. And then I just have to figure out how the patrons can get their free version if they want it for free. Although a lot of the patrons have just bought it, which is very nice, very appreciated. Yeah, now what else was on the to-do list? Oh yeah, upload the package test level, which I'll do tonight so people can just cock around with it. And then, yeah, everything's filmed. I just have to edit them. And then we're good. Then it's fully released. Then it's like actually green lit. It's lit. Green lit. Then I can actually start promoting it. And then I'll submit it to the Epic Games Store. The EGS. The eggs. So it should be good. Alright, who are we going to raid? We'll raid Clayman. Let's go to Twitch. Also, thanks everyone for hanging out tonight. Shit, I've been... Oh, God. Just realized I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Kind of felt like 3 hours. But I can feel blood in my throat, you know? Or taste blood in my throat. Not like actual blood, but like... You know, like when you talk for so long that you can taste your throat? Just... Anyway. How do I... Where's my raid button? Raid Shadow Legends. So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. I know the stream quality is dying pretty hard right now. So... maybe if I lower the bitrate, it'll catch up a bit. Can I just get the Patreon's Epic key for it? Yeah, I can once it's on Epic. But if they want the Gumroad version, then... I think I just have to give them an 100% discount code, which I still have to figure out. But I'll figure it out. It depends what they want. So, anyway. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We're going to go and raid Clayman. He's working on a physics-based game, I believe in Unity. Kind of sus, but it's very funny, so make sure you stick around, check out his game, and with that, we say goodbye. 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 And also, for everyone that's watching on YouTube, you guys can go and watch whatever you want. You don't need my guidance.